Whew. Guys, it's a mazzoline. It's a mazzoline today, brother. It's a mazzoline. Listen, oh my days. Guys, I was asleep. I'm not even gonna lie to you, cuz today I was asleep, bro. I set my alarm 2 hours before the time, and look what time it is, bro. Listen, I went to sleep for 2 hours. Listen, it's been a very long day, guys. But anyway, no more excuses. Listen, we're back on for the show. You feel me? Listen, we are talking to you guys about Married at First Sight. Listen, I only just finished watching the show. I'm not even gonna lie to you, cuz this is how bad it is. But we are here to give you guys another life. You feel me? Yeah. We are. Someone said out there you sleep. Listen, we're about to give you guys another live, innit? You feel me? Yeah, we're here to give you guys another live. You get me? There were some interesting things that happened on the show. Listen, I'm gonna be very honest with you. Some interesting things that happened on the show. Let me just get a little, the little thing up so you guys can join the conversation today. You feel me? It will be a nice long one today, so you get back in. All right, cool. Listen. Someone says written on my face. It is. I just literally woke up. You're right. It is all over my face. My eyes are doing. Yeah, that's how you just woken up. My eyes are doing. But yeah, listen. So it's been a crazy episode. I think. Well, I'll be honest with you. Very first of all, first situation I want to say is, Brie and Vincent is a mazzoline right now. I'm sure they'll make it through. I'm sure they're probably doing a lot for camera time and all this kind of stuff like that. Rare. But listen, it's mad. It's mad. I'm not sure what the hell happened to Vincent. Why he decides to walk out the way he did. I'm not sure why he decided it was okay at the very end to walk the way he did out and not say anything. I'm confused by that. Right? It's a bit weird. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why he did that. I'm not sure why he did that. I'm honestly not sure why he did that. Not only that as well. The situation between him and Bree, the way he said, let me even do this, let me take my glasses because I can see reflecting too much. The thing that he said with Bree, obviously, listen, I'm kind of happy that he said what he said, you get me? It's about bloody time he told Bree what the time it is, yeah? It's about bloody time he told her what time it is. You get me? Yeah. Sometimes you have to say your peace of mind and get out of there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let me sit someone, get some hydration. Sometimes you got to tell the person, listen, what time it is. But my only issue with Vincent saying it was the fact that he said it after she said what she said. You understand? Like, that's my only issue with Vincent. My only issue with Vincent is that he said what he said after she had said what she said. You know what I'm saying? And that for me tells me a lot about Vincent. Passive aggressive. Bro, I don't mind you saying what you're saying. I want you to say what you're saying. I want you to be free. Let the person know wagwan. But you only do it when she says something that you don't like, and then you decide to say something. That for me is passive aggressive. And that's something you have to learn how to do. Like if you feel a some type of way, let the person know you feel a type of way. Do you feel what I'm saying? But I'm happy he told her. You know what I'm saying? And it's interesting, isn't it? When people are direct, yeah, and they tell you what it is, as soon as you tell them something direct and what it is, suddenly they're like, they got emotions and feelings. Bree, when you are out here saying I'm direct and I can't change, and the person drops bars on you back, yeah, and you don't like it, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Don't dish it if you can't take it. You understand? Yeah? Don't dish if you can't take it. Anyway, that was Brie and Vincent. Ryan, Clara, we are no closer to them getting anywhere near sex. They are no closer to that. In fact, I saw him at one point. Ryan was vexed. And I mean vexed when he saw her answering the questions on a personality test, and she was like, "Oh, I'm not deep. I don't think about things. I don't do that." And he was like, "You know what I mean?" That was Ryan. Like he was like, "What do you mean? What do you mean you're not deep? What do you mean you don't think about things? What do you mean like?" Because Ryan is like that, right? But I feel like we're no closer to we're no closer to them getting anywhere near them getting intimate. They're nowhere near. They're nowhere near. They're not even gonna get close, bro. Yeah, we're not even getting the "I love you." I love you. Do. Oh, if you don't know about that, this is Rascal. But we're nowhere near closer to that, bro. Like it's like as if it's as if like we're not getting. It's as if we're not gonna. It's as if that he can't. He thinks about everything so logically. I find it disconcerting. Disconcerting that he never moves into the emotional side of things. Everything is so logical. Like, bro, how can that be possible that everything is so logical with you, bro? There is like he spoke to his friend and said, "Oh, we speak about emotions all the time." I'm like, "What emotions are you talking about?" Yeah, what emotions are you talking about, bro? I ain't see you talk about emotions once, blood, once. Not even twice, three times a lady. You know what I'm saying? Like we ain't heard you talk about emotions, bro. So I don't know where you're exhausting all your conversations about emotions, bro. But I'm not. I'm not hearing none of it. Yeah, that's Ryan and Clara. Number three, we have Haley and Jacob. Did they have sex? I'm not sure if they did. It sounded like Haley and Jacob had sex, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Like, not even just that. When she was talking to her friend, she had sex hair and she had sex glow. I'm just saying, I don't know if Jacob laid it down and gave her the Israelite bang. I'm not sure what happened, but it looked like she had a glow on her, bro. That looked like we had sex glow. I'm just saying, I don't know. The way they were talking, it sounded like somebody got some action. Somebody got some action. It sounded a little bit like Haley and Jacob had a little bit of a ting. I don't know if you got a chance to run it back, you know what I'm saying? Get a second round in there and prove that Jacob is more than just steak and eggs. Stay hydrated. Um, I'm not sure. I think he got a run back. I think he got a run back, I really did because she was glowing differently and she was talking about the relationship differently, So I'm not sure what happened behind the scenes. Yeah, but something obviously has changed. Now, obviously, I'm going to say this as well. Jacob, I do not accept your excuse of why you went home without communicating because of your dogs. Bro, no, we're not going to buy that excuse, bro. Jacob is petty. Let's be honest. Jacob is petty for that. Yeah, he petty for that because the dogs didn't need you to run home and not communicate with your partner that you're going home at 6 o'clock in the morning, whatever it was. Don't lie. We're not kids. Tell the truth and shame the devil. Okay. So yeah, that I wasn't buying that at all. Weirdly enough. Number four, also then we're talking about let's talk about obviously the last couple, which was Virginia and Eric. Eric, listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. Eric's got a really bad way of wording his things. His tone and delivery is absolutely abysmal. If he was a comedian, he wouldn't be funny because simply his tone and delivery are off. His rhythm is poor. The way he delivers information, he makes a happy message a negative one. Like it's the way he delivers his information that's really concerning for me. It's annoying. He struggles to be able to deliver information in a way that you're able to that is palatable and nice to take. Added to that, though, I think Virginia's done. I don't know. I'm sure they'll probably say yes on decision day, but Virginia's on the edge. At points in the conversation when on a dinner table, which was when red, lady in a red dress, you know what I'm saying? When I was talking on the table, it sounded like it looked like my girl was finished, bruv. And it was interesting because when he started crying about, she's amazing, it's the personal pronouns for me. It's the personal pronouns. My guy was saying, "Oh, I'm just so happy, when someone like when I find someone like you." And I was like, "Bro, are you talking about that when we find someone?" The we wasn't included. It was when I. And I've noticed this. A lot of things are about I with Eric. And that's what concerns me with Eric. Although he's on Virginia's neck about her being separate and not trying to be we, there's times when he talks, I'm like, bro, you talking about I a lot. Like, and I'm like, Eric, you sure you're okay, bro? Like, you sound a bit possessive with the eyes out here. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Parts of me feels like Virginia don't really like him no more. And then obviously when I saw them in the bed, then I saw her getting real close to him, and I was like, maybe not. She just doesn't want to change, right? She doesn't want to lose her friends. She doesn't want to give up her friends in any shape or form. The friends are still top priority because they're like family to her. it's one of those things that's going to be very difficult to change and very difficult to influence. So yeah, guys, that was my quick little rundown. Let me get my eyes out now. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what you guys are saying. Let me see if I can get you guys onto the show today. Someone said rhythm. Yes, it's the way that he talks, the rhythm, the way he talks, the way he talks is a bit odd, bruv. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like Virginia feels like Virginia seems done, bro. Virginia seems done. I'm not gonna lie to you, because she seems done out here. Cause all right, let me see if I can get some people forward onto this show. Okay, and see what you guys are saying. If you want to join. Okay, so no one's actually messaged me. Okay, I don't want to hear no complaints, bro. Listen, nobody's messaged me out here, G. All right, cool. No one's messaged me out here, G. Oh, they have. Oh, mad. I refreshed my email and there's bare messages. All right, my bad. My bad. All right, cool. Okay, cool. Let's see. You guys have sent me messages. Okay. Ooh, Chile. Okay. Chile. Oh, snap. I'm sending Zoom links. My bad, guys. Hold on. I'm sending the wrong links to you guys. I'm sending the wrong links. People are ready to talk today, boy. Listen, it's a Mazzoline. Let me see, boy. You lot are ready to go. I can tell. Hold on. Sorry. Let me just send this wrong email. Okay. See this. Let's see this. Yeah. Link sent. Okay. All right. All right. Cool. Okay. Let's get this popping. All right. Cool. We're gonna get people on. Um, you guys talking, because I know you guys want to say your piece. You know, I know you guys are waiting to break some stuff down about Eric and you know what I mean. Mm. Whew. It's mad. Listen, do you know what's interesting here? Before I let people, because obviously I've sent the link out now, people want to come on and stuff and say their piece in it. When I was watching Ryan and Clara, someone mentioned it, yeah. When I was watching Ryan and Clara, yeah, for me, it feels like Ryan, you know, like with old people, not even old people, when people get older in their relationships, yeah, when they've transitioned past, you know, lovey dovey, you know, we've been together for 10 years, and they go into this kind of friendship mode. That's what I get from Ryan. Like, Ryan's already given me that I'm trying to be your old buddy pal in a relationship. I'm like, bro, but you've skipped the whole of the romantic stuff and gone straight to long-standing love, bro. How did we get to here? Um, sir, you skipped a whole business here, bro. Like, are you not going to at least address the fact that, bro, like, you haven't done the lovey-dovey stuff. There's no sex involved. There's just no romance with Ryan. And it's as if he wants to go straight into we are old couple now. You know, he even mentioned it saying, oh, I've managed to make you like me, you're old like me now. And I'm like, bro, but we haven't done all the other stuff in between. We haven't built the foundation. Where is the honeymoon phase? We haven't had it yet. Huh? 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 We haven't had it yet. So like, how have we got into, how are we getting all the way to the end, bro? And it's always obviously about throwing the balls near her Clara's face, isn't it? I mean, he was dashing the balls hard. I ain't gonna lie to you. Man didn't care if it was getting near her face, bro. Man was treating it like she was one of the mandem. Man was treating her like he wasn't the mandem. We haven't seen anything from Ryan that says I like Clara. Yeah, nothing. You know. I ain't gonna lie to you. I personally think, yeah. I personally think he will say yes on decision day, but it's like he just wants a woman there. that's what he want. I'm still not sure what I've gone with him. You know. So why was she standing there? Listen, I don't know, but yeah, at the same time, I'm not gonna lie to you, Clara. To the desperation to want to sustain this relationship. Uh, if we're giving, Paige absolute hell all the time, about her staying in a relationship that's loveless, we got to give Clara a bit of shot as well, because honestly, Clara is sticking in something that, bruv, he's not giving nothing, man. You know, um, he's not giving nothing. He's not giving nothing. So we got to get on to Clara today as well, man. She got to take some responsibility, because Paige has been getting it all season long for staying in something that she doesn't stay on, and yet the same thing. Clara does the exact same thing. Clara does the exact same thing. You feel me? She stays in a situation that isn't profitable. But anyway, I've got some people in the background. Let me bring them onto the conversation and get them involved in it. Let's get this conversation kicking off straight. We've got almost 400 people already in, so let's go. Let's get the conversation flowing. Let me get my headphones on. All right, cool. Yeah. Okay. Hey guys, hey.
Hi, Kojo.
Hi,
Hey.
how are you?
I'm good. How you doing, Sagittarius? How you doing? Like, you good, yeah?
Yeah.
You two have come today again. You've come today to do battle again. Love it. Love it, love it, love it,
I
love
have to
it.
say, I didn't realize I would be so disappointed when I thought there would be no lives. I was like, oh man, what do I do now? Do I actually have to work?
I listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. I literally was asleep and then I was like, that's why my eyes are looking. You can see my eyes are looking like this. Blah, blah, my eyes are shining bright. But we here, we here,
That's
we
all right.
here.
A man got a right to sleep sometimes.
So it's been one of those emotionally heavy days, but I'm ready to go again. You feel me? The episode was I think the episode was interesting. So I'm interested to hear you guys' thoughts as well around the situation as well. Yeah, like talk to us, man. What was your thoughts today, man? Who did you want to talk about first, and let us know your thoughts, man.
Well, I have two couples that I'm sort of thinking about, and one is Eric and Virginia, but I have to stand up for my boy Ryan a little bit,
Mm,
and I want to address the your what you said about Clara and Paige being in the same boat. And I
mm,
think that you are right about that, except for the fact that Chris was really mean
yeah,
to Paige, and he was intentionally hurtful
true.
and disrespectful. And so it was easier for us as
The audience.
spectators to say, what, this is not going to work, and you're going to be damaged by him. I think with Clara, Ryan is, because I think he's nice. He's a nice guy. He tries to be nice to her. He tries to take her feelings into consideration to a certain extent. But I do agree that, one of the things when I'm, sort of having these types of conversations with men is I do say, and this is kind of like something that Maria said last week that I totally agreed with, is that you have to be honest. It's harder for men to be honest and then face a woman that is going to be emotional about that. I think
Mm,
that I think it's the stronger thing for you to say, I'm going to tell you this. It's going to be hard. I'm really sorry I hurt you, but I'm not feeling the same as you. And stick it out. Don't say it and then cut and run. Don't say it and then
mm,
leave right after that and leave her confused and bewildered and crying, and stick it out a little bit. So I do think that he needs to do that. I think that nice guy complex is getting in the way of him being really honest with her. But
mm,
I think that, again, I look at what Ryan is trying to do and what Clara is doing, and it just always seems to me that the things that he is being blamed for, she is actually doing to herself. She is telling her friend that now she goes to sleep at 10:30. It was her in the conversation with Ryan that said, "Now I'm going to sleep at 10:30." And
yep.
he's like, "Yeah, I'm turning you into an old person like me,"
Yep.
because she said she was, doing these things differently. And it just makes me wonder about her past relationships. If she is, and it seems to me that she is a person that is like chameleon, that relationship chameleon, that
Mm.
will adapt herself and change herself to fit what the man needs. And I think that Ryan is just not one of those people. That test that she did, that questionnaire, was so telling to me, and
Yeah.
I was having the same facial expressions as her. You don't want to impact the world, you don't think deeply about things. It's just very hard for me to comprehend that people don't think deeply about things. And you were talking about his logical steps to everything, and I definitely um, am like that myself. Everything is, has to fit sort of. It's got to be a logical thing. Even
Mm.
with faith, for me, I operate by a logical faith that people don't seem to understand, and it has to make sense. But I'm also very emotional to that too. I think if Clara had those types of traits within herself, he would connect with her more. He's tried to connect with her on those levels before, and once she mocked him, that I can recall, that was with the donuts, and it was really funny. But he did try to have a deeper conversation. And the next time that I recall is him trying to have a deeper conversation with her, and she just, more than once actually, she should have tuned him out. She kind of didn't know what he was
Mm.
talking about. And so the more the way she is adapting to him and the way she's losing herself in him,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a turnoff for him. And I also think that the fact that she can't go any deeper
Mm.
is a turnoff. And one more thing about that is when he was talking to his friend about her emotions, what the emotions that he was referring to is her being so needy about, I need to be close to you, I need to have this physical thing with you. They're not actually talking about actual emotions. They're not talking about,
Yeah.
when I was a kid, I had this thing happen. The only thing that really even suggested in that direction was when she read that letter and she became so emotional. And it was, I think that was a leap compared to what he was hoping they would be able to do. Just talk about things. Just talk about, this was my childhood. And I had this experience and I felt this way, or I feel this way towards certain things in the world.
Mm.
Her she has to find herself and be steadfast in who she is before she's going to be able to be an equal partner for anyone. Because if you're making yourself malleable to somebody else, then you are not a whole person for him. And
Mm.
I think that he feels that very much. He wants somebody that's going to impact the world. That's his goal in life. And I want to say one more thing about that, and then I won't mention Eric and Virginia, because I know you have your other young lady here that wants to speak. But the thing about him being, racially ambiguous, it's still stuck with me for a long time. And we kind of teased about the fact that he has an identity crisis, and he wears these graphic tees that talk about his, the fact that he's black, and sort of, just announces that. But when I'm looking at his background, he is, a very light skinned guy coming from a very light skinned family, living in a majority, predominantly white um, community.
Mm.
And I think he probably receives that question a lot. And then she comes on the show, identifies that she wants someone racially ambiguous, and he wants to say, well, I don't think he wants to say that that was kind of like insulting to him. But he wants to say, no, I'm not racially ambiguous. I'm black. Let me make it clear. So that's why I'm going to wear this Black Lives Matter shirt. That's why I'm going to wear these things that say this about me. I'm not racially ambiguous. I'm not hiding from the fact that I'm black just because I'm light skinned. And so I more and more I'm veering towards Ryan in that situation. I think Sarah needs a lot more work before she can be someone's partner.
I hear that. I hear that. Good points. Good points. Sagittarius, go for it.
Oh,
Hi,
Sagittarius, we didn't
hi.
see you last time. You're so
How are
beautiful.
you? Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. Um, you said a lot, so I don't know where to begin, but I guess we're talking about Clara and Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, the episode overall was like really for me to get through. I literally just got through it like an hour
Trust me,
ago. It took me like 5 hours to get through
bruh.
it. Um, So yeah, it was difficult. But speaking about Ryan, whenever I watch him, I'm just confused. I like him, but at the same time, I kind of feel like he's like the Manchurian candidate. I feel
Mm.
like he's a politician. I don't know if it's like Saving Private Ryan or if it's Brokeback Mountain. I have no clue. But I did
Mm.
like this week that he did bring up the test that he had Clara do, which I suggest everyone do that. I think it's like the Myers-Briggs,
Yeah, my best.
like
Yeah,
your
personal.
personality type. Yeah. And I thought that was really insightful of him. I'm not really sure it's going to make a difference. I think the things that she was responding to, he already knew the answers to.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so as far as Clara, I don't really have anything to say about her. I think Clara, someone mentioned some time ago, just wants some place to live. And I do feel like she just believes that Ryan is the guy. Like he already has a house, he has his life together, and
Mm.
it just works for her right now. I do think that she obviously has been in similar relationships where she's not getting what she needs, but she has decided that that's okay. So, with regards to the both of them, honestly, I'm not vested.
I hear that. I hear that. Yeah. I mean, it's a weird situation. I think with Ryan and Clara. I think Ryan is. I don't know Ryan. I don't know who he
I
is
know.
and what it's about. You know, that for me is confusing. That for me in itself is problematic. That he's presented nothing, nothing. You haven't given us nothing. Ryan has said bits and bobs here and there, but he hasn't presented anything as such in terms of who he is. We who's Ryan? You know what I'm saying? I can't trust him. I can trust Clara before I can trust him because at least I know what Clara I'm going to get with Clara, right? She's going to talk about my stuff before I even get there. At least I know that about Clara. Yeah. Like we don't know what we're going to get with Ryan. He's always got a pretense and a wall up. And I think that for me is where I find issue with Ryan. Clara, that's why I said the same thing about her with the pay situation, which is you are sticking in something that is still not serving you. But it's like because again, I don't think she even has any other any other reference to go by. Like, well, that's what it sounds like. But still, at the same time, you have experts there talking to you, and you're not being open and honest, truthfully about what the relationship is. Everybody's getting lied to. Even your friend, you were telling her everything's amazing, and it's like,
Yes.
no, it's not, sis. You ain't getting no D. You ain't getting none of that. You giving them everything sloppy toppy every week, and you're not getting nothing back, sis. You're starting wrong. Talk to your friend. The only thing she could say to her friend was, I've become such a great wife now. I'm like you. I'm cooking and cleaning just like you. I'm going to bed at 10:30. Like all of it is very performative with a hope that there's going to be a change from Ryan. And I just don't see him changing. So, either they're going to lie to each other for the rest of their lives and become old people on the porch, sitting, reading the newspaper, and she's never fulfilled in her whole entire life, or she's going to have to snap out of this matrix and actually get to reality that, hey, this is not working for me anymore. This is not it.
I
You know?
wonder though, with Ryan, I think like we're seeing things maybe that she's not seeing. And I
Mm,
think either he mentioned or she mentioned that in the past he has dated women and it has gone on for, I don't know, years, but probably months, that he never, well, we don't know if they had sexual intercourse, but
mm,
he never said he loved them, you know. So I wonder if that's just his MO, and because, we're watching a show, so we can see through what he's doing. But I
yeah.
wonder if in the real world you can actually see through that. Um, Personally, I'm the type of person, if I'm just not getting what I need, I'm gone. I really don't care. I don't want to find out anything else other than, does this meet my criteria or it doesn't? But I'm thinking in the real world, like there's probably a lot of women who just thinks he's a nice guy, and so they'll stick around and just let it play out.
I hear that. Yep. No, I hear that. I hear that. Good points. I hear that. I hear that. What's your guys' thoughts on? I think Vincent and Bree had a really good discussion today. I think they had some really good discussions. I think there were some really interesting points that were coming up today. I think there was a good conversation that was happening between them two, at least in some parts. I think the bed scene, I'm not sure why he decided to cut her hair. I'm not sure why he thought that was funny. I'm not sure what went through his head and psyche at that time to think that was a joke. I'm not sure. But in terms of obviously Bree and Vincent talking in the bed and in the bed, was it in the bed when she mentioned about her assertiveness, and she first mentioned the fact that he's not organized, and he then he then obviously told her about herself and said, listen, I didn't even want your ass in the first place, okay? I didn't want your characteristics, sorry. I didn't want your characteristics in the first place, okay? What was our thoughts in terms of that conversation as well? Go on. I see you laughing. Go on.
No, I'm laughing at what you said, what you let slip there. But, I mean, it was, there was some subtext there. What you said was the subtext, but I think that Vinny, we know that he's a sensitive person, and I think that for him to have stated to the experts that he didn't want someone that direct or that overpowering. That's my word, not his. That he knew that he was going to have problems with that. But I think that there are times when I'm not sure if they made a good pairing with the two of them, but I think maybe there is something to it. Vinny needs to sort of be brought out of his his self-consciousness. He needs somebody to be a little bit, to be more than encouraging, to really push him to do what he wants to do and to get out of his shell. On the other hand, I think Bree does need some. If Bree was paired with someone that is as outspoken as she is, there is the potential for too much combat.
That's what I'm saying.
With Vinny, I think she has to really take into consideration how what she says affects other people and affects someone that's in her life. She needs to be aware of that. She doesn't need, a sparring partner. And I've been in that type of relationship where it started out as, we're joking sparring partners, and then it became sort of a one-upmanship, and then it became more than that, and it became a difficult situation. So, but I was kind of like in that way too, because I had to learn that being direct, you have to sort of relanguage yourself, and you have to, tune your tone a little bit so that you are not just being flat out insulting, because I'm, an opinionated person, and I'm thinking I'm just going to be direct and tell this person. There is a way of delivery that I think she can learn. There was another thing with Vincent that I actually caught that right away. It hit me that, it supported my thought about him being, bullied would be strong for this instance that happened. But as soon as he got on, the video call with his friend, the first thing his friend did was criticize him.
Yeah, I heard that too. And I was like, oh, is that your kind of friendship guy?
Yes, that was my exact thought. Why are you wearing pink? Well, I can wear pink. And then there was another thing that he said. The pink got me because it threw me off guard. But there was another thing right after that. But then the friend did go into a good part of a conversation where he said, "Don't you want a woman that's going to be direct?" But if he has these type of friends around him that are always
his enemies,
him, exactly. It's like I can understand why he's sensitive to somebody always criticizing him. He feels that that's what she's doing. I still have no good feeling about them because I think that in this case the balance will work.
Yeah.
They really continue. The good thing about them is that they are both self-aware. They are both open to compromise to a certain extent. Brie a little bit less, but I think because she wants it to work, she's gonna find her way to that place. I mean, it's only been 6, 7 weeks or whatever it is. I think after some months that they will be able to find themselves in a certain groove where they're like, okay, well, I've learned not to do this and I'm going to do this differently. And relanguaging, I'm going to just reiterate, I think is important for Brie and fine tuning her tone. And I think that they'll be okay. As for why he cut her hair, every man, I don't care what ethnicity, you should know that you
No, that
don't
is
mess
no
with a
go.
black woman's hair. I don't understand why he did that. I think that I felt it, viscerally in my body when he did that.
Mm,
It was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? But it's one of those things that, I can understand why people might say that's so Vinny. that's,
mm.
that's hard thing. So.
Yeah, that was silly. Yeah, so Terrace, go for it, man. Drop us something.
Oh, so I had to come up with like nicknames for everyone to keep myself like awake and interested. So I kind of dubbed Brianna Boss Baby. But I loved her outfit that she was wearing this week. I thought she was super cute.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know, yeah, I wanted to know the restaurant they were eating at because the food looked really good.
We did.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was more of what I was paying attention to. Vincent, like, he confuses me. I think on one hand, he wants respect, but on the other hand, he wants compassion. But then his actions just kind of leave me befuddled. So I'm always like, well, how are you going to get respect if you can't express yourself, number one? And number two, your actions don't really align with someone that I would necessarily respect. So I don't know where that leaves them as a couple because I do believe that Brianna wants to be with someone that she can ultimately respect and look up to. So, so both of them, I think, are, could probably work out, but I do feel like some things have to change. I noticed that this week, though, they didn't bring up the where they're going to be come decision day with regards to either moving into his place or because I know that was like a bone of contention last week.
Yep.
And I kind of feel like, what happened this week was kind of more like production telling them to have an argument for the sake of an argument, but they didn't really address where they're going to be living, which I think would be more important and seem like that was more of a factor from last week. So I kind of feel like, they dropped the ball on that. And as far as like the hair thing, that wasn't a big deal to me, but I guess it was a big thing for everyone else. Vincent, I just feel like he's lost in translation to me. Like whatever he says, I don't understand his perspective. So it kind of just echoes empty in my brain.
I hear what you're saying. I think it's quite interesting with Brie and Vincent as well, and I'll throw it back to you guys in a sec as well. I think Brie and Vincent's interesting for me because when I'm watching Vincent, I can see that any type of he's always going to interpret the information that she says certain things in a harmful way because the precedent has been set with Bree's a boss. From the moment that was said from the wedding, I think I said it when we first started this whole episode. I said, listen, it's not cute. I'm sorry. I know. And we had a whole argument about it. Black women can be I said, no, it's not cute for any woman, white, black, Asian, whatever, to be called bossy. It's not cute for any man to be called bossy either. We wouldn't even say bossy, we'd say controlling. Like, it's not cute to have these characteristics. And the mere fact that she actually said, I'm not going to change. I said, well, that's it then. Vincent, you either deal with the cards you're dealt or you're gonna force the walk. Do you know what I'm saying? Because she's not gonna change, and you are either gonna have to strengthen your limbs and get strong, okay, and be more assertive, which is so hard to do when you're already in a relationship and the cards have already been dealt. To kind of flip it ends up becoming almost like a toxic situation because you almost overexert and try to be assertive in a situation. It's hard to get the balance right when you haven't been doing it in the first place. So to kind of switch it up in the relationship, it's kind of difficult to do. Then then I realized why she's not going to change. She's not going to change because her mum enables this behavior. Because her mum was like, "You don't have to change sex, girl. You just continue being you." Meanwhile, your mum was the same person telling you she didn't expect you to be married. So she's actually killing you at the same time. It was the first episode we watched. Your mom was like, "I didn't even think you were gonna get married." And now when you're telling your mom, "Listen, he's telling me that he wasn't comfortable with the Bree being boss," your mom's like, "Hey, don't worry. You just continue being bossy. You continue. You ain't gotta change for nobody. You continue, okay? Continue, and you'll be single like your mom is now." I bro, it's a speak, bro. Like, you don't want to do that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that is Bree's. I also feel for Bree because in the past she has changed her behavior for men, and maybe she's looking at it like this as, I don't want to change again. Do you know what I'm saying? But I think in this particular case, these characteristics that she's talking about, the being bossy, is going to grate Vince to a point, and because he's passive aggressive, he is going to blow up one day, and it's not going to be pretty. In fact, he's already blowing up because that comment that he made about, well, let me just say now at the wedding, it's like, bro, you've waited how many weeks before you told this girl this? You've had enough of it. Yeah. So let me throw it back to you guys. What are you saying? Like, what are you thinking?
I the thing that sticks in my mind really is how assertive women, in particular Black women, are called bossy. I think that there has to be a separation of those terms and a definition for each individual person. Say, this is what it means to me to be bossy, and this is what it means for me to be an assertive person, a capable person, a logistical person, keeping things on track, scheduling. It's really different. There are two different things. Being bossy, she does exhibit those traits, but I think it's also because that title has been put on her, that she has filled that, and that, I agree with you that her mother has encouraged her to be who she is, but I think being able to take away the traits that are those controlling factors, like when they were brushing their teeth and she wants them to do it at whatever pace. I don't remember how all of that went, but there's a separate thing that she has to define for herself. So I encourage her to be who she is naturally, but I encourage her also to really rethink those traits that are harmful, because it is, people are gonna just that's gonna turn people off after a while. It's like, I really don't want to deal with somebody who has to have it their way every time. I don't mind you asserting your opinion. I don't mind you asserting what it is that you expect from me as a partner. Don't force me to do it your way. And as far as Vinny and his temper, we all recall that his family said that. I don't know if it was in the vows that they did for him, or when it was, but at some point the family said he's going to be quiet. He's a real quiet personality, and then one day he just blows up, and that's where they talk about his temper. He needs to, of course, you said this, and a lot of people have said this. He needs to find the balance to be able to speak up at that moment. But he's still fearful because he's used to being criticized, and he wants to seem like a person that is not bothered by it. I'm a person that's bothered by it. I'm going to tell you right away. Sometimes I'm going to let it slide, but I'm going to be like, oh, that really hurt my feelings. I'm going to say it then. But I also have those moments when I'm like, I don't want to be bothered. I don't want to get into this argument. I don't want to just, I don't want to spoil the event or something by, telling somebody they were being obnoxious or whatever, because then I look obnoxious. So I hold off. And I think that he does the same thing, but he needs to find the balance and be able to communicate with his wife. So that's why I think, again, that they can complement each other. And I think it can work as long as they both keep trying.
Sagittarius, go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think Brianna said though that she enjoys being bossy,
Yep.
and she actually said that that's like her, not just her personality. She actually said that's really who she is.
Mm.
Um, and I have a sister who is pretty much like Brianna, except probably worse. She's also extremely loud. So she's bossy and she's loud and she's extremely proud of it. So I think for some people, that's just who they are, and they're really not looking. I know my sister isn't at all. Like, it's funny because we're actually both Sagittarians, and we tend to say what's on our mind, but like for me, there's a time and a place. And especially if I'm in public, I'm more reserved. And my sister, the complete opposite of that. She's always engaging and she's always on, but she's also extremely bossy and she's extremely loud. And I love her to death, but we go back and forth all. And most of the time I'll back down, but like things I
Mm.
feel strongly about, I don't know if that's Brianna
Mm.
to have where she's quite tactful. So I think they can work it out, but I don't know how much of it will work with Vinny's person in particular,
Yeah.
just because
Yeah.
he's so sensitive. I think
Sensitive.
that's where the disconnect is for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely hear you.
I
I
agree.
think that I definitely agree with you, and I think my Vincent again as well. They both got issues. So this is the truth of the matter. He is not just sensitive. The sensitive part we find, but he's actually passive aggressive with it. So it's not like he's sensitive and takes it to heart and it goes. He's sensitive and he's passive aggressive. So he will give it back to you. It's just not. He's letting it build up. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm waiting till that third time and then I'm gonna strike you. So this is not to say only Bree has issues as well. I definitely see where Vincent has to really improve as well. And there's parts of it where they're a great matchup, and there's parts where the issue here is how it's been interpreted, which is why I think the whole champagne video went the way it went. It's like everything, even though she wasn't saying anything, it's how he's interpreting the information and how he's interpreting when she says certain things. Bree's actually just as sensitive. When he said, I asked for a woman that wasn't assertive and wasn't bossy, her face literally dropped. So actually, even though you're quite, I think the word assertive is even loose. I don't think that's even the right word. Bossy. Let's keep it as bossy. Even though you're bossy, you're very sensitive. You're just as sensitive. As soon as he said that this is not what he was wanting, your face didn't. You didn't go into well, you've got me. I'm confident. It dropped because actually part of Brie really does want to be loved, right? I think part of her armor and her strength has come from being in a situation where she's always had to pretty much fend for herself, and she's crafted a reality where when she says this is it, this is actually it. If you heard her mum speak, her mum actually said what she defined as bossy was when you say it, everyone falls in line. Now, if you've got that in your everyday environment, and then you get into a relationship, and here's the thing that's really interesting about Brie, and I think people like Brie. I was watching the show Temptation Island. If you're going to guys to watch that, and there's a girl called Erin, and she said something which is the absolute truth. Here's the absolute truth about people like Brie. No beef for them, right? They take advantage because they know who they can do it to. This is why Vincent is getting run in the ground. It's not necessarily that she's overly bossy. It's the fact that she knows who she can do it to.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Vincent doesn't realize he's part of the problem. She sees him as a victim. And when I say victim, in the sense of I know I can do it to you, because when I do it to you, I know how you are. I know how you respond. Because the first day she did something, if he had put her, I hate the word put in a place. I'm not going to use that term. I think it's a really wrong word to use in any phrase to anybody. If he had said, listen, set her straight at that point and said, hey, look, that doesn't roll around here. I don't do them kind of things, right? Like, you're not going to start saying those things to me. If you say that to me, look, if you said that to me, we're going to have issues, right? And set her straight from that point. He didn't, right? And it's not to say necessarily he's overly weak, but in comparison to Bree, he is weak. In comparison to Bree, he is weak. And so Bree sees that, and this is the thing. Please, guys, forgive me if I say this. Okay, biblically, the Bible lets us know from Genesis, right, that the man will rule the woman, and the woman will try to control the man. When you meet somebody weaker than you, as your nature, the man that's fallen, as we're talking about biblically, right? The nature is that when you meet someone weaker than you, you take advantage of them. You have to consciously stop yourself doing that.
Yeah,
I know it sounds really mad. I know it sounds mad.
I kind of agree with that, because I think that with everything that people are looking for the boundary.
Yes.
They want to see how far they can push it, and how someone is going to react and push back. What are you going to do? How are you going to be? Are you going to be nasty about it? Are you going to, I think that you're right about that. There's two things that come to my mind for that. One is that, if I was to choose someone for Bree myself, I would choose someone that gets a kick out of her being a little bit bossy, even if he has to put her in her place every now and again. Because I think about, Claire Huxtable, and how, in that, from the Cosby Show, that sitcom where Bill, her husband got a kick out of it when she was able to put people in their place, when she spoke up and she, let someone know what the situation really is. He got a kick out of that. And I appreciate men like that. I have men in my life like that are, they're friends and family and whatever, but they get a kick out of the fact that I can actually verbalize, or in writing, like, sort of, let people, I don't want to say, tell people off, but okay, I can do that. I think that that's somebody that Bree would need, but somebody strong enough to stand up to that. And then I also kind of think about your friend Karen from last year, Karen and Miles. There's something to say. I really was not a fan of Karen last year, and my whole opinion about her actually switched after the show was over, because I had a different, I had an epiphany about why she was the way she was. But one thing that she did was sort of push Miles to say, I need you to stand up. I need you to be the man, and have a bit of a, and not to say that he's not a man, but I need you to be able to speak to me directly, speak to me of, honestly about your feelings. I need to know. This has to be on an equal footing. We have to be equally yoked in every way. And as I look at their, I don't watch their relationship, stuff right now, but it really did kind of dawn on me that once he kind of let go of all of those, I need to be Mr. Perfect for her, he actually found the position that she would appreciate. And I think if I was to choose somebody, it would be someone like that. But they're married now. They like each other. They want to find their way. I think that they can, and I'm speaking now about Bree and Vinny, is that they can find their way to grow. You're right about his passive aggressiveness. There are times when he's very retaliatory.
Yep.
And that is a problem, because that means that she might say something and she doesn't know that she's hurting your feelings. But when he does it, it's an intentional hit back. And that is where there's going to be a problem. If it gets to the point where you feel that you need to intentionally hurt your wife to get your point across, then you don't need to be in that situation. She does not need to be in that situation, because she's not doing this to hurt you intentionally. And that is when something can become really toxic. So I agree with what you said.
Yeah, I hear that. Sagittarius, you want to add? No, I definitely hear you. Like, and I'm seeing some of the comments. Obviously, I've seen some of the comments, and this is so. I think what we're trying to establish is that again, I'm not saying even Bree's even necessarily overly bad for pushing the boundaries of Vincent. Some people are more likely to push the boundaries, like because a Bree is naturally a person who's brilliant. She's confident. She is in an industry where she works with men, so she's used to a certain type of man, if you want to call it that, right?
Yeah,
And
and ironically enough, I work in that industry too. I do marketing for architects and engineers, so I know her personality, and I know the personality that she has to come up against.
Exactly. So naturally, unfortunately, she's found herself in a situation where not unfortunately, it's something that she's gonna have to work on, right? That she's in a position where she is with somebody who now she pushes certain boundaries, and that's what I'm saying about Vinny. If Vinny has to find a way to be able to say this is the boundary, this is a boundary. Like you cannot go past this boundary. That's what I'm saying. It's on both sides. I see Vinny, and I can understand that nice side of you, but he really isn't that nice. He's not that nice. He's a people pleaser. There's a difference. Someone being kind and nice is different from someone being a people pleaser. The people pleaser cannot establish the boundary. They cannot tell you the boundary. They cannot assert a boundary because every time what they're thinking is, I don't want to hurt your feelings. Even if I have set my boundaries, I'm doing it and I might be hurting you. You know what I mean? So so in a sense, it's like, it's like, I don't want to do that to you because if your feelings are important, and then they forget about themselves. And the problem with Vinny is when you are a people pleaser, is that you do build up resentment. That's what I'm saying. It's not like you're generally nice. Like nice people oftentimes don't build up that resentment. When you're a people pleaser, though, that builds up resentment and you're waiting to blow.
But that actually is based in fear.
Yeah.
The people pleaser thing is like, if I say something to you, you're going to be mad at me, you're going to leave me, we're going to have a problem. It really is. His insecurities just sort of takes over everything in his life, because he's going to try to please you. He's going to try to not upset you. And then later on, he's going to blow, but he's going to do it in a way that is intentional to hurt you because he has felt hurt all this time. And then he's afraid because he's hurt her. And
Mm.
it's a cycle. And I totally agree with you about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I can see the comments are really trying to fight for Brie, and it's like, why Brie hasn't done anything wrong? Da, 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 da. I'm like, listen, guys, I listen. You know what? Sometimes you just have. We said this from the beginning. Listen, we've had this beef from the beginning of the season anyway, all right? And we had
Yeah.
this whole conversation about the bossy situation. So I know people how they feel already about Brie, and they want to defend her to the hilltop. My thing is this: Brie gets somebody who's an alpha male, she will get run into the ground and it won't work. I've always said this: alphas don't date alphas. Alpha men do not date other alpha women. It doesn't work because
Because
both
it's how
parties want to have
combative.
control. Yeah, it doesn't work. If you get, like you were saying earlier on, if you get two people that are nitpicky, they will destroy each other. You can't have it. So it's that's what I'm saying. It's not cute because you can't have it. And Bree's got such strength. So really, you'd want somebody who maybe has a bit more of a I would call it feminine energy, right? But the problem with Vincent is he's not just got feminine energy. He's a people pleaser, sensitive as well with it. It's not going to work. So you'd actually need somebody who's carrying a bit more feminine energy, but is confident in themselves. Vincent isn't that guy. He's not. He's not confident in himself just yet. So there's no way this is gonna work in the long term at this moment. If it stays at this pace, if it continues at this pace, they will end up fighting and destroying each other. Somebody will say something absolutely mad, yeah, and it will cause such a ruckus. It will tear that relationship into two. I'm sure they'll say yes on decision day. I'm sure they will make it work decision day and stuff. But if they continue on the trajectory that they're going on, it will go to that stage. I guess obviously it's a Miles and Kara situation. They're gonna have to turn somehow behind the scenes after the show. They're gonna have to turn it around. Yeah, something has to happen behind the scenes and turn it around. That's what we need from Vinny and Brie. That kind of turnaround. You know what I mean?
I think that these couples that go through this process, I think the process should have marriage therapy after the fact is just a part of the process. I don't think that they do that. Once they leave the show, they do connect with the experts that paired them. I think that it would be beneficial for them
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
go through some therapy, especially because they didn't know each other when they got married. They didn't have to work out all of these things beforehand. It's all sort of all compressed into this, keg, this powder keg box of a relationship, and hopefully they find the way to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely hear that. Let's do one last couple before we get a panel on. Jack, sorry, quickly, Jacob and Haley. I don't know what the hell happened. Something happened. I'm not sure what's happened, but honestly, Haley was glowing. I'm just gonna be real. I don't know what it was. You didn't see it? No, Haley was glowing, man. Something happened,
I
bro.
think
Like,
because it's almost over. I think that's why she's glowing.
oh, I don't know, man. I think she got some quality D from Jacob, man. I think she
I
finally.
I think that
That is gross.
I think that for Haley, she is starting to see, she mentioned it, and I'm going to, sort of go with her word, what she said, is that she's seeing characteristics in him that she didn't allow herself to see before. She
Mm,
blinded herself with all of the superficial factors. And I think so did I, because, his personality is, from me was difficult to adjust to. I know people that are very quiet and reserved. I'm sort of, I'm going to say this is going to sound really weird, but I'm sort of afraid of quiet people because it's like, what exactly are you thinking? How could you sit in a room for so long and not talk? It's a thing that really, because I'm an energetic person, I don't completely understand it, but I respect it. I never show a lack of respect for people that are different in that way. I think for her, she was so blinded by the things that she thought she would have seen in him with her visual eye that she did not see certain things in him with, just his, the positive traits she didn't allow herself to see. And now she's thinking, oh, he's not that bad. But in the end, maybe they can just leave being friends. I doubt that she's going to say yes at the end of this. I think that she's just going to maybe realize that he's, not, the ogre that she made him out to be. My hope for her is that she's going to look at the series after the fact and see how really, how mean girl she was to him. She just really, was so I can't even think of the word. She really did treat him, not in a great way, with a lot of, a lot of, just a lack of respect in so many ways. I hope that she sees that she was a part of the dynamic that she had, that she was a major part of the dynamic. But I agree with what you said earlier about him too, Kojo, is that he is petty. He's petty because he just doesn't know how to, deal with the situation that he's in. And he wants to get out the fact that he's been hurt by her. And so he goes out with these little digs. But that's a turn off too.
mm, mm. I hear that. That's true. Yeah. Sagittarius?
Oh, I was just going to say that I think she was happier because it's almost over, honestly. I know a lot of people think that I'm a fan of Haley's. I'm really not. I just understand where she's coming from. She's young, she's in her 20s.
Mm,
Jacob is almost 40, and she expressed that to her friend that she had a serious issue with the fact that he's almost 40. He's never lived with anyone, he's never been married. That is quite odd. And on top of that, he's quite odd. I actually like Jacob. I think what I was expressing is that he's the older person. So I
mm,
expected him to be a lot more mature, and I expected him to try a little bit harder than Haley
mm-hmm.
because he's more mature. I think he's what, like 39? I'm going to be 46. So I totally understand him, feeling like, okay, I haven't been married, I haven't gone through that, I'm married. But, so I expected more out of Jacob, and I just wasn't getting it. And then when he became petty and just like everything he did from the bracelet to last weekend, other than Leaving, I just didn't think it was a good look, personally.
Mm.
And I was hoping and pulling for him that he would actually use Haley as a tool, because it's just not going to work out with them, and actually learn something to use in his next relationship. And of course, everyone is like, Jacob will be fine. Women will be DMing him. The issue is, will he be attracted to those women? That's one. And then number two, once you actually go out with him and get to know him, is he going to be able to keep you? Because, if he can't do anything and respond and have a stimulating conversation, we're going to have issues. That's just going to be a problem. I know someone I dated before I got married, like Jacob, and he's 64 and he's still single. I've never been married. And he, on paper looks great. He has a great job. He makes a lot of money. He's nice, and women will be attracted to him. He's not unattractive, but he can't get them to stay. And that's the part that I'm hoping that Jacob can learn, because by the time you're my age, I don't know, but I was hoping he would learn something. And as far as Haley is concerned, she's still young. I feel like she has time. I honestly believe before she's 30, she's definitely going to lock somebody down and she's going to keep it moving.
Good points. Well, guys, we've reached the end of the open stage conversation. Sagittarius and Light, man, thank you so much, man. You guys, I feel like, you guys are like my mini first panel, like, because you guys be bringing that heat, you know what I'm saying? I have to start bringing you guys into the panel at this rate, man. You know what I'm saying? Honestly,
thanks for having me.
No. It's a pleasure. Light and such as thank you, man, because you guys do bring fire, and I actually do genuinely enjoy the conversation that we bring at first. Like you guys keep it correct, and I love that, man. So I love. I
found you through Stephanie Lee, by the way. So.
Oh, mad! Oh, shout out Stephanie Lee. She's a quality one. She is quality one.
I love her. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Sagittarius. If you're gonna bring us back and during your other panel, I would love to talk about Eric and Virginia. But
okay.
I know that your panel is really set, and I love those. I love your panel. They're nice. I love the stimulating conversation. They make me think, really very deep about a lot of things. That it's just sort of like awakening me these days. So
yeah, cool. Okay. I'm keeping it behind. You can stay on. I'll keep you behind. No worries. And if you want to contribute, just send a little message in the private chat. All right.
All right. Okay.
All right. Appreciate this. Yeah. Be that there. All right. Cool. Guys, Chile. And I keep saying Chile because that's what I've turned it into, all right? For us British folks, it's Chile. I know it's child, but I'm saying Chile, all right? And I'm keeping it as Chile, Chile, because the thing for me is hot. That's what it means for me. That's what it means for me. Don't question me. I've seen you guys coming in my comment section talking about, it's not Chile. And I'm saying, yes, it is for me. Okay, I've changed it. I've taken it. I've taken Karen's aspect of it, and I've said it's Chile, meaning it's hot and here, isn't he? All right, cool. So listen, I've got my panelists today. Okay, everybody's looking sweet. Everyone's got a camera on. Everybody's looking beautiful. Wow. It's just melanated behind the scenes up on. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So we have our super panel today, guys. Look, before you start screaming people's names, listen, Lola's not here today. Okay, before you start screaming names, because when I started mentioning, like, where's Lola? Lola's not here today. Okay, she's resting. Okay, please, before you guys start asking questions where people are. Okay, look, someone's already started. It's not even been a minute. They're asking where Lola is. Lola is not here today. Okay, he's not here today. But no. Yeah, so appreciate you guys for waiting for the super panel. We always appreciate it. Listen, we're gonna have a really good conversation. There's not as many of us today, which is actually really good, because I think that's gonna allow us to have a bit more of a deeper conversation. Usually what happens, everyone has their piece and everything, but I think we can now actually have a real good dialogue today. So it's going to be really, really interesting today how it goes down. I'm sure we may agree to disagree on certain points. And so it's gonna get wavy, trust me. So let me involve my first candidate to the stage, baby. Listen, almost our resident doctor. She's becoming our resident doctor here. She's studying hard, but we appreciate her, understand, because she's also our resident prayer warrior. I'm saying, when things are going in the spiritual atmospheres, when things are not quite right, we invite her to come and set the place correct. So I've asked her to come first to set the atmosphere alight and come and collect your tithes and offerings. Just kidding. But we're just walking to the stage. Prayer warrior Araba, baby. Cheese,
Hello,
baby.
hello. It's been a
Hey,
while.
girl, you are looking righteous right now.
Thank you.
No worries. No worries. Got me feeling. Okay, cool. All right, Kyle. Thank you. I appreciate you. And you know what? Our next person, listen, I'm into this. I'm gonna get my voice ready. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Do-dum, do-dum, do-dum. Happy birthday. Do-dum. All right, cool. Let me stop because my voice is going to crack in a second. So I want to welcome to the stage. Listen, you know what? One of my smoke artists, when she gets involved, someone gets defended every single time. She's a Jacobite, you know what I'm saying? She's hard with it, you know what I'm saying? No one can take her man, you know what I'm saying? Nobody can take Jacob from her, you feel me? And when she speaks, everybody's got to listen, you feel me? Welcome to the stage, baby. Ajwa, baby. Chee. Hey, that top's hard, raw. Okay. And the hair, girl. What's the number? Yeah, you're looking good. You're looking good. Hey, okay. We can't hear you, no. We can't hear you.
Hi,
Uh-huh.
Araba. Hi, Coach Joe.
Happy birthday.
Thank
Birthday, man.
you. Thank
21,
you so
yeah.
much. Of
Mm,
course. 21.
mm. Looking beautiful. Love it. Appreciate you, Aj. Appreciate you. We're gonna welcome the next person to the stage, baby. Okay, listen. And I know you lot had some combats with her in the comment section, you know what I'm saying? Because I see how you lot be trying to get onto my peoples up in here. Listen, guys, listen, if you want, I'm saying to the guys specifically, because you guys know I always say this, if you want to date her, because I know some of you have, I've seen some of the guys in the comment section saying they want to date her. I want you to understand something, okay? Unless you have the strength of Thor, Hulk, Bruce Banner, okay, Spider-Man, unless you have this type of strength, okay, the strength, yeah, like the Black Panther, unless you have that kind of strength, you don't need to be entering into any negotiations with this woman, okay? Because unless you're fighting a 4-man, okay, you already know you can't date this woman. You understand? She's a mighty woman. When she speaks, you understand? Yeah, mediator in our group. You feel me? Yeah, soft voice. You feel me? But you have to have strength to fight for man if you want to take her on. Maria, welcome to the stage, baby. Cheese. Looking lovely as always, darling. Looking lovely as always. Oh, we can't hear you, girl.
Hey, everybody. Happy birthday, Adjua. Hey, Araba. Looking beautiful.
Come on
Everybody looking good. Hey, Kojo. You always got to do me like that.
Well, I'm just saying the truth. You gonna fight 4-man for you, Maria. I'm just saying. Is that not the truth?
Look, I just feel like you a little bit over exaggerating the whole.
My bad. 5 or 6 man.
You know what? I'm done with you. Hey everybody, happy Thursday. I'm ready to get into it tonight.
Come on now. We're gonna get into it tonight. It's gonna be deep. I can tell. Araba's obviously ready for smoke today. So I already seen the comments in our chat, bro. She's ready to smoke some people out. So I'm a little bit shook of what she's gonna bring today. So she's ready to drop some bars. And today, listen. Today, our final member of the panel today, listen, cerebral assassin. Okay, when she comes, it's stealthy. when she hits you, you don't even know you've been hit until you've reached heaven. Listen, when she comes correct. Smoke artist, yeah. And when she's firing, everybody's dodging. You feel me? Yeah, because she don't miss. Dead shot. Simple. You feel me? So I want you to welcome to the stage, Layla, baby. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hi, everybody. Hey, beautiful ladies. Happy birthday to my love, Adjoa. I just want to tell you, you are such an amazing person.
Come on now.
And you balance so much on your plate and you do it so gracefully, and you are so beautiful and you are so kind. You know, you come across, you're very powerful and strong. I just want everyone to know she is the sweetest. So happy birthday.
Oh, you're gonna make me cry. Thank you so much, Layla. I love you. I love all of you. I love you though. Thank you so much for those kind words.
Love it, man. Love it. You know, it's mad. It's mad. You know what? I can see the comments already saying about you guys' hair look bomb. Everybody's asking, did you go to the salon together today, ladies? Listen, you guys are looking fire. You understand? The hair looking, face looking, everything about you. And I know the mind also too. Beautiful. You understand? That's what we love. All rounders. You feel me? All rounders round there. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. So listen, guys, let's not waste time. Let's get into the thrux of conversation. Yeah, because I know it's gonna get techie real quick, right? So I'm going to someone said I just woke up. Let's get into the throw of conversation, right? Okay. I'm just gonna start with Bree and Vincent because that's where we're gonna start, and then we're gonna go into Eric and Virginia because I know someone's favorite topic as well. So Bree and Vincent, what's our thoughts about Bree and Vincent's situation? Okay, Marie, I'm going to you because I know you. Yeah, and I know how you feel about people that don't know how to fight for man. So I don't think Vincent's that guy. Talk to me. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts on the Bree and Vincent situation? Talk to us.
Yeah, Vincent's definitely not that guy. But you know what? I still think that they're a bad match together. Like, I think they're going to try to find a way to make it work because they're attracted to each other. But I think personality wise, I think that they could have found people who were a little bit more compatible in that area. Remember, like when they first came on scene, and like one of the first lives that we did about it, there was the whole debate between whether or not she was bossy or not, and all this. And remember, I was like, the root cause of the whole relationship dynamic is that it's the whole issue of acceptance. Bree is not willing to accept Vincent for who he is, but she wants Vincent to accept her for who she is, right? She's bossy. She knows that she's bossy. She has embraced the bossy factor, right? But then she sees a flaw in Vincent, that he's disorganized or whatever, and she wants him to change that. And when she was talking to her mom, and see, there's like this whole theme and pattern going on where these moms are just like super enablers, right? Like, I'm just like, why are y'all geeking y'all kids' heads up? This bossy factor is not cute. And you got Bree out here thinking it's cute. And I think part of that is because her family is probably bossy. Like the apple don't fall far. So they understand that type of personality trait and they're built for that, and they've raised her to be that, and they think it's cute. And they got her thinking it's cute, but they fail to tell her that it's not even just Vincent. Yes, Vincent might have a sensitive side, and I just want to say sensitive instead of soft, or like, a derogatory term, because I think it's okay for men to be sensitive. I really do. He has a more sensitive side, and I feel like a lot of men don't like the bossy factor. It's not just Vincent, right? Yeah, he's sensitive, but also a majority of men don't like that. And your family is setting you up for failure, Bree, telling you that it's cute, and it's about learning and leaving room for growth, right? She talked to her mom about like, oh, I don't want to, change in no relationship. There's a difference between changing who you are and growing, right? You should always leave room for growth and development and constant improvement. Just like you want Vincent and other people around you in your life to improve, Bree, you have to leave room for that as well. And this is where I really feel like Bree just looked at this relationship as like an accessory to her life, right? She's like, I'm a boss. I be at work, I make my money. I live my life. I go on my adventures. I do what I want to do. And I want a man now to fit into my lifestyle, and like, that's great. But what about you fitting into his lifestyle too? There has to be a give and take in relationships. When you choose to be in a relationship with someone, it means that you are going to partner with them on certain things in life, And if you can't do the give and take, there's going to be friction. Now, granted, like Vincent is sensitive. He is, and I think that that's an area he can improve on, as well as maybe some organizational issues. We all have room for growth. We really do. And I feel like Vincent would probably be more willing to do those things if she also acknowledged her faults too. But she seems to have like this superiority complex where she feels like, and that's what bossy people do. They feel like they're perfect and everyone around them like has flaws that they need to improve on, right? But they don't have nothing that they need to fix, right? So yeah, I just feel like they're a bad match. Bree needs to figure out if she's willing to accept Vincent for who he is, or if she's going to continue to try to change him. And I think Vincent, I do think that there is an element where he does need to speak up more, and speak up sooner and have more of a force about him. But I think that he's just gonna keep being passive aggressive because that's just who he is, and that's why I keep saying they're a bad match. Like that aspect of Vincent is not going to change. I think he's always going to be that way. And I think we're seeing him do more bolder actions now, like him telling her, oh, like, I didn't like the bossy factor. You're just now telling her this at week 8. You're just now telling her this? Like, you should have been told her this. You've been pointing out your flaws. Like, so I don't agree with him just blindsiding it like that, but I think a part of it is like a little bit of self-sabotage, right? He's trying to self-sabotage this because there's something about him that's feeling uneasy about it. And Vincent is the type of person that recognizes that he has flaws. He's acutely aware of his flaws and he acknowledges them. But Bree is not willing to do that. That's why he said, I feel judged, when you say that I'm disorganized. Like he's aware that he's disorganized and he feels like you're judging him for that. But Bree, when he tells you that you're bossy and, that's not cool or whatever, you're not willing to acknowledge that. So yeah. And like, there's just so much I could say about them, but I feel like I've been talking for a long time. So I'm gonna pass it along, but I really feel like they're a bad match. But if they're gonna work, Bree needs to really figure out a way to just accept Vincent for who he is and work with him.
Good points, Muriel. Good points. Thank you. Anybody want to take up for how they feel about Vincent? So has anybody got some points against Vincent in terms of this conversation? Because I know Bree will get it, but does anybody want to talk up the things for Vincent in terms of how he's behaved, in terms of what he needs to improve on as well? Anybody want to talk up the things?
Let me say this. I'm not completely against Vincent, right? Like we all know he's emotionally mature. He has a lot to work on. I wish he would speak up for himself in the moment where he feels disrespected. Because I noticed that Vincent expresses what's on his mind when he's trying to get back at you, when he feels like there was an attack on his character. And I think for him, or for the people around him, it can kind of seem like you're blowing up on someone. And I think this is where the whole narrative of him having like anger issues and blowing up is coming from. He doesn't know how to, in the moment, address when he's feeling disrespected, and he doesn't know how to properly verbalize that. So what he does is he waits till a moment where he feels truly, truly disrespected, and then everything that's been bottling up inside, it comes out.
Yeah.
And so I really wish he would learn how to think, process what he's feeling. And you don't have to. So one of the things about communicating is people tend to think like the faster you speak, or the quicker the words come out, you're an amazing communicator, and you're able to like properly state from A to Z what's on your mind. Communication doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to have a PhD to tell someone how they've hurt you or disrespected you. It doesn't have to be neat. It doesn't have to be perfect. It has to be authentic and has to be genuine. And so I think for him, he is reserved in expressing himself because he's afraid that he's going to do it in a way that makes him look unintelligent or what have you. So for him, I really think he needs to just take it slowly and really walk Brianna through the process of how he's feeling in that moment, regardless of how it looks. So that's my thing. I do have a comment about Brie, but you asked about Vince, so I'll wait for my other turn.
I'll come back to you on the Brie thing. Anyone else got a point about Vincent? And my camera's doing madness right now. Anybody?
Yeah,
Go for
I
it.
do. Vincent is really fighting with himself. That's what this is all about, because Vincent he has this picture of who he wants to be. And I think I've said this before, but he's not there yet. And because he's not there yet, there's this judgment of himself, about himself, that plays on in his head. And so when someone says something that hits on a nail of something that he is judging himself on, that triggers him. So he's fighting with himself about himself, and other people are just kind of like a mirror, and it's easy to blow up on them instead of him really taking the time to even address if this is a problem, first of all, because you may have an image of a man and it may not even be true to who you are. So now you're fighting your true sense of who you are, because who you are does not align with this image that you have. And because he's not centered, and because he's not grounded in who he is, his alignment with his thought of who a man should be is off. And that's really the problem with Vincent. Vincent needs a lot of therapy to really get to know who he is, so that he can stand true in who he is. When he said, "She called me out," meaning you're disorganized, because you can't call me out on something that's not real.
That's true.
So how are you saying she called you out, but then in the moment saying I'm not disorganized? It's okay to be disorganized if that's your truth. Now you can work on it, but at least stand tall in that truth, because otherwise, really, who you lying to? Who you lying to? You are who you are. If you're disorganized, it's going to show. So for me, my problem with Vincent is that because he's fighting with himself, he's going to be fighting everybody else, because it's easier to do that than to fight himself. He needs to go to therapy and work on the things that he really needs to work on, and that's knowing himself and standing true in who he is.
Good points. Yes, later.
So there was something that Araba said when, basically he only retaliates with his truth when, he feels in some way disrespected, or like Ajwa said, exposed.
Yep.
That means that, honestly, I feel like if Brie takes the standpoint that who she is, this straightforward, direct, so-called assertive person, then this relationship is going to be really harmful to him. Of course, yes, he needs therapy. He needs more confidence. He needs a lot of things that he has to work on by himself. But at the end of the day, like, until he gets there, and it could be years, is Bree really the person for him? Because if you hit back with the truth, that means that you think that the unvarnished truth, just the blunt blow, is an attack. And that's who she stated that she is. Like, if your weapon back is, well, I have this truth about you that I wasn't saying because, as Vincent has said, I treat others the way I want to be treated. So I don't share these unnecessary facts about things that, to be honest, don't matter right now. Like, does it matter 8 weeks later that you were turned off at the wedding by the fact that her family said she was bossy? Does that matter? No. But it's this little thing that you were storing up and now you can throw a rock back. He's gonna have to have a lot of rocks because Bree, she mentioned, she's gonna be firing. And she mentioned that he was disorganized, but like, we all can see that Vincent is disorganized. There's probably a whole other treasure trove of things to yet to discover. And what's he gonna do then when she's just hitting him with I noticed that this and I noticed that this, and he doesn't ever address in the moment, like, hey, you hurt my feelings. Like, hey, I don't like the way that you talk to me. I would have just wanted that one time this whole season. Just, I don't really like the way you talk to me. That's it. Yeah. Be better.
I agree with you guys. I definitely agree. And I think for Vincent, there's some work that needs to be done. And I think this goes back to obviously our original conversation we had weeks back, which is I know he's making some paper, but when you're not established in regards to the person that you're with, this can cause an insecurity in itself. And already you're feeling sensitive and passive aggressive, and you're people pleasing as well. And then you have someone who seemingly is doing better than you, only by a small amount in terms of finances. We're talking about success. If we're measuring success in that way, who then begins to point out parts of you, right? So you're already sensitive and you're already feeling some way, and you feel and you're already feeling like you're not good enough. And then the person points out stuff that you're not good at. That's the finishing blow. Like that is the nail in the coffin. Yeah. And he is not resurrecting from that one. Right. So we now get into a point where for Vinny, we said this before, that whole shutdown stuff can't be happening. It's crazy. It can't be happening, bro. You're in a relationship. That whole shutdown stuff shouldn't be happening. But it speaks to the fact that when you're overwhelmed, you don't know how to deal. So now he's gone from the opposite end, from shutting down to, when you say something, I have my bombs ready to go. And this is why I'm saying this quickly can descend into a very toxic situation. So as much as I'm hearing Bree and too, and I'm talking about Vinny as well, my fear is that this goes into a very toxic situation very, very quickly, because if he's now getting to a point where he feels like he can't take any of these direct quotes that are coming at him, and his natural now response is no longer shut down, it's now to come at you as well, it only leads to one place. We're going to throw bombs at each other, and someone's going to get hurt, and someone's going to feel away. So I think for Vinny, I think he needs to, therapy, yes, will help. I think also there is some need for, just go and pick up a book about being assertive, go and read it, okay? Soak it up, digest it, go and practice what they tell you to do. I think that's what Vinny needs. Go and practice what you need to do, right? And get that into alignment, okay? And maybe get some affirmations for yourself, okay? I am brilliant. I'm amazing. I'm wonderful. Okay. Because without it, you are going to suffer in this relationship. Because I think both, as much as I think Bree says some things, I just think he needs to toughen up. And this comes from when you've actually gone through some things and you realize, I can't be that way no more. I actually have to stand up my own 2 feet. Listen, if Bree was to say the things she said to me, I would have been like, Bree, respectfully, I need you to back up. But if she had met me a few years ago, I'd have been like, that really hurt my feelings. Like, why are you like that? And I would have snapped on her like the way Vincent's doing behind. I'd have waited to hit me 5 or 6 times before, then I would have launched one bomb. But it don't make sense to do that. It just shows that you've not got a hold of yourself. You know what I mean? So for me, I think Vincent needs to really get a book on assertiveness, go and get a book on emotional intelligence as well. Strengthen yourself, sir. Strengthen yourself. Okay. And then come back and then deal with what you're dealing with Bree as well. But now I know we talked about Vincent as well. Now I'm going to open up floor back up to Bree as well in terms of what we're seeing here. Rather, since you didn't get to finish the first time round, what's your thoughts?
I don't even know where to start with the Bree.
Oh Lord. How you?
I'm sorry, my good sis. She annoyed me this episode. Okay, I will start with when they were in the bed scene. I could be reaching, but sometimes Bree gives me the impression, like I can almost tell Bree has not been in a relationship in a long time. Just because the way she says things, the context she says them in, and when she brings them up just seems so like out of place. Like Vincent isn't organized. We know that. He's not, we get that, right? But it's like when she brought it up and how she brought it up. And then it caught him off, it caught me off guard, it caught him off guard, and he's just like, well, okay, yeah, but you're bossy. And she almost was like, well, how dare you critique me back? And it's like, Brianna, you can't you can't just, say this to him and then expect him to be all happy-go-lucky. And then also you have the audacity to feel offended when he has a critique about you. Yes, his critique was badly timed, but so was yours. And it's like you guys, it's this tit for tat thing. And I really didn't understand how she was upset in that moment. That's number one. Number two, this whole bossy thing, right? So no one likes a person that's bossy. I saw a lot of people in the comments saying, it's okay. Like, she's just assertive, nothing wrong with that. No one likes a person that is bossy. My own boss, who's a boss, I don't like when my boss is bossy. Like, it's a trait that's just negative, right? And so for me, when she said that this is who I am and you have to accept me for who I am, was a little off-putting. I don't think she should have to change who she is, but we do have room for growth, right? And the bossy trait in her, it's just not something that is, it's not going to work in this relationship. It's not going to work in any relationship when you're bossing your partner around, telling them what to do, when to do it, how to do it. Vincent is not your child. He is your partner. But I'm going to get on that subject a little bit later. And then the conversation which she had with her mom on the phone, and they're discussing the whole bossy thing. And I was a little confused about Brianna's mom and how she was just like, oh, when we talked about you being bossy, we didn't see it in a mean way. But bossy, period. It's just not. What did you think people were going to think when you called your daughter bossy? Like, they were going to have a negative perception about that. And so for you to say we didn't mean it in a mean way, well, it's not positive. So know that this is the energy that you put out there, and this is what we have to deal with, right? But for her to say, I don't feel I have to change myself, I'm going to be who I am. Brie, I don't think you're ready for a relationship. I don't. Because in her bossiness, she has pushed Vincent's boundaries time and time again. She has treated this relationship and dynamic as if, I'm right, everything that I say should go, and everyone else has to act accordingly. And this is not to say that she's not valid in some of the points that she makes and how she thinks sometimes, but you cannot tell people what to do and think that they're going to be receptive to doing it. No, it's about having a conversation. It's about communication. It's about, okay, this is my perspective. What is your thought on it? Not, oh, you need to wake up earlier because it's good for you. No, how about, oh, these are the benefits in waking up early. What do you like? Have a conversation. Don't just say this is what you have to do. And I think that even if Bree was open to changing, she's not. Vincent doesn't motivate her to change, point blank, period. Because of the simple fact that he doesn't take charge. She does not respect him as a leader. She does not trust him to lead them. So she does not feel motivated to change or not be assertive and direct. She, in her right mind, truly feels and believes that she can steer this relationship better than Vincent can. So she's not going to be motivated to change in this capacity at all, unless Vincent grows himself. I don't want to say, I hate to keep using the word change, because I feel like it's not, I don't know, it's not the right word to use. But unless Vincent grows himself as well, Brianna is not going to, she's not going to work on that bossy thing. She's not. He doesn't give her much to respect or much to feel like she has to work on herself. And so she's going to continue being the way she is. So that's my tidbit for Bri. I don't know. I don't know if she knows she comes off as annoying. Like, she comes off as annoying, very annoying, very annoying. There's certain things that you can say to your partner, but know when to say them and know how to say them. So that was just my whole thing.
Good points. Go for it. Yeah, you want to go now? Go for it.
Right. So I was really disappointed in Bri's mom when I saw that she was feeding Bri's delusion that anyone would want to be in a relationship with a person who is constantly telling them what to do and also expecting it to be done. You know, like the last time I was on here, I said I got the impression that Bri grew up spoiled. And now her mom is really confirming it, because spoiling your child is not always about giving them whatever they want as far as material objects. Sometimes it is fostering an immaturity in them and an entitlement in them that is going to really be detrimental to them in the real world. They're spoiled now. Like the way that Bri is believing that she has some kind of, just because I'm this way, just because I'm me, basically, I should be able to, without any, back chat, without any questioning, nothing. I should just be able to explain to you how things will happen. That is such a corruption of what Bri actually is and who Bri actually is. Like, you can't just be bossy. What you're probably trying to say is, I am a natural leader. I have a vision, I have drive, I have clear instructions, and I'm not ambivalent, and I don't second guess myself. Those are all good qualities to have unless they get spoiled. And then a person becomes bossy. Bossy is how I would describe a 6-year-old. Like the way they describe Bri in kind of like but we still think it's cute. She's bossy, but she's really nice. She's bossy, but she's still awesome. We love her so much. It's kind of like you would describe like a little sassy 6-year-old girl. It's not cute 20 years later. It just isn't. Be a leader. Don't be a boss. Be a leader so that you can lead him in encouraging the things that you think he's lacking. He's unorganized. Do you think the most effective way to tell him that was just straight to his face in bed for no reason? When we're not even talking about organizational tasks? Is that really the best time and the best way to deliver that to him? If you had leadership skills, you would understand, like, he's not going to, based on all of the other things that we've been through, based on all of the other, conflicts that we've had in our relationship that all stem from me taking too many liberties with him. You couldn't think of another way to maybe say, like, I'd like him to be more organized. I want to talk to him about this. How can I do this without offending him, without him feeling judged? She should know, because she apparently, as we saw today, she's sensitive. She is sensitive. She doesn't like to be told about herself. That's immature to me. It's immature to me for you to think that you can do that and not have anyone do it back. Like, it's childish. That's what I'm saying. It's like her mom let it happen. Her mom is encouraging it. So that was a little bit disappointing. I just kind of felt like, I feel like she was coming from a good place, because she's saying, like, at the end of the day, I'm organized enough for both of us. And if you'll let me, I can help you in this area. That was her point. Lead with the last thing you said. Lead with the last thing you said, and maybe cut out the first thing you said altogether. Don't even tell him he's disorganized. Just tell him what you're trying to do. what you'd like to see happen. Hey, while he's at work, maybe, I saw you were doing this calendar thing. I have this old one. This is what I used to do at my job. They used to make us learn this, blah, blah, blah. Figure it out. You know what I'm saying? That's her husband. I'm not about to leave. You know what I'm saying? But like, it's not as difficult as she's making it. It's only difficult because she has this childish entitlement. And I hope that she doesn't buy into the nonsense, and she doesn't think that asking you to be more empathetic in how you deliver your messages and more inclusive of Vincent's point of view. I hope she doesn't see that as like someone asking her to fundamentally change. I hope she sees that as like her first true act of compromise as a wife. Because until then, I don't think any of that has been like really affecting her. This will be something that she truly sacrifices for him, which is her own perception of who she is.
Good points. Good points. Anybody else want to add to the situation with Bree and Vincent before I ask you guys about the cutting of the hair situation, because I thought it was mad. I'm not gonna lie to you, but no one else wants to add in that regard to Bree and Vincent. I shall go for it.
Okay, so I feel like Bree has probably been always the most, well, at least she probably has felt that she's always been the most intelligent person in a group, or at least maybe maybe in her family. I don't know, but she has this idea that I know best. Like I just do. And then she goes and she marries this man. Well, she didn't choose him, so that's also another factor. But then they choose this man who, to her, she's smarter than. And so that puts her back into a space of, because I'm smarter than you and because I know better than you, I'm going to make sure that I control this relationship. And as Araba said, she feels she can control it better. The thing about her is that, listen, a lot of women do this, okay? A lot of women have a tactful way of impressing certain ideologies on their man and having their man do it. The thing about her is that she doesn't know how to do that tactfully. She's trying, right? But because she has this idea of I'm better than you, because when the woman's doing it, it's not necessarily the thought of I'm better than you. It's just the thought of, I think this will work better for us. So let me help you get to the point of doing it. Women do it all the time, okay? It's just a gift that most women have. But she just doesn't have it. And because she doesn't have it, she's trying to fake it. And her faking it is coming off as very disrespectful to your husband, because you now are telling him that he's disorganized. And the way that you're telling him is just, it's harsh. She has to find a different way of doing it. And the same thing as the horse riding situation. You can tell she knew it was going to be offensive. She knew. But her thing is, I am going to make sure you get out of your box of I don't want to try new things. But her way of doing it is so insulting. Like, why do you have to press so hard? The man does not want to ride a horse. Find a different activity that you want to do together, right? But she just feels like my way is the best way. Having you enjoy this experience is just going to blow your mind. And now you're going to turn into this person who just, isn't so closed-minded. No, he doesn't want to ride a horse. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. But because she's so used to just being the smartest, or maybe she's used, like Layla was saying, she's just spoiled. They probably made her feel like she was the smartest. Okay, you want to be the boss? Go ahead, be the boss. Go ahead, just do it. Because for her mother to say you'll never change, who says that to their child? You never change? We're human beings. We evolve. That's just what we do. You're never gonna change. What?
She's tired. Her mother's tired. She tired.
But you tired right now? That means you gave up on your child so long ago. Because as a parent, your job is to, yes, keep the organicness of your child, but to make sure that they are responsible with themselves and their being. And what she's doing right now is irresponsible, because you are imposing the things that you want on someone else. How would you, come on, that's not responsible. So her mom failed her. it looks like her mom's failed her the whole time, because even in just that conversation, there was a sense of entitlement there. Like, yeah, I'm not going to change. I'm never going to change. No one's saying for you to change who you are. We're just saying that the things that you do that are negatively affecting other people, try to hone it in so that you have a positive way of doing you. Just be you. Just do it positively. Don't go just being you and just offending people and insulting people. No, that's not a responsible way to live your life. So do I see her changing? No, because like Arba said, there's no incentive. She doesn't respect the man, and that's why she can tell the man to wake up whenever. And she's not going to change. She's not going to change for him because she doesn't think he's worth it. So, yeah.
I had one thing to say. I feel like if I was laying in bed and my husband was about to cut my braid at the bottom and I didn't want it to happen, I would have snatched that braid back so fast. Are you serious? They did that for TV. They are out here playing. They're playing. And I know they are, because that was so random and it was stupid. And honestly, this is coming from the same girl, Brie, who her like crazy story about her childhood was when she almost stole a nail polish one time. I was like, that's the type of mind that would come up with cut 4 inches off the bottom of one of my braids, and that's our fight. That's that type of mind. Completely. So I don't believe it. I don't also believe his exit saying, have a nice life. I don't believe that either. That whole everything looked real sketchy to me.
Saying like good acting. Okay.
Bad acting.
Bad acting. Sorry, bad acting. Okay, let's say it wasn't bad. Let's say it wasn't bad acting. Let's say it was a part of the real behavior. You know, how problematic are we talking about here? Like, if this was real life, this is what really happened. You know, he cut her hair, and then obviously then that whole leaving at the end. You know, have a nice life and not saying anything. How would you guys have interpreted those particular scenes then? Let's say it's not bad acting. Let's say it's real life.
I want to say it's still childish. I would hope that he would have. Okay, so I don't agree. Like, I wouldn't agree with him saying "have a nice life," but I also think we need to understand that not every moment is going to be a happy moment. And when you're mad at your partner, sometimes it's hard to still give them that kiss goodbye or that hug goodbye. Yes, you still love them, but you might not like them at the moment. And so you're not going to be able to display that with your actions. And so I'm not defending Vincent, but that's how I'm kind of viewing it. So I still think it's childish, but I understand the sentiment, I guess.
Okay. Maria, you've been quiet. What are you saying?
I think it was a joke. Like, I think it was him trying to be funny banter. But I mean, the reason why we think it's so contrived is because it's not consistent with the energy he's been bringing all season. You know, like, you're not that guy. You're not spontaneous. Okay. You're not going to do something that could potentially make her mad and like have her call you out or whatever. Like, come on. And then Brie, the extra long delayed reaction. Brie, you seem a lot more quick on your feet than you were in that moment. So that's really not consistent with your energy either. So it's hard for me to look at it as a situation that wasn't contrived, that wasn't fabricated for TV. But if we were to look at hypotheticals, like if he was being serious or whatever, I mean, it didn't look like he was being serious because he had a smile on his face when he did it. It was a very playful demeanor, but it was just oddly placed after they just had like a serious conversation about his bossiness or her bossiness and his lack of organization. But I do think that it, you know, if it was serious, it falls in line with my theory of like, he's trying to do a little bit of self-sabotage, you know, because he does recognize that he has flaws that she's always going to be nitpicking at, and he doesn't like that, you know, and, you know, she has areas that he doesn't like, and he's coming to terms with that because it's right before decision day, and he has to make a decision. Do I want to deal with someone picking at my flaws for the rest of my life? And if that's the decision I have to make, then let's see what happens if I cut her hair off. You know what I'm saying? What will she do? Whatever. So I think there's a little element of like self-sabotage there. But at the same time, I don't think it's real. It's just really hard for me to look at it that way.
Okay. I mean, to be honest, when I watched it, obviously, I thought it was some passive aggressiveness, if I'm honest with you. When I watched it, that's why I mentioned it in the first earlier thing, because when I watched it, I was like, that's the kind of stuff you do when you're not really thinking. And when you are in an emotional state, and sometimes you can let the emotion run before the thought process really catches up quickly. Sometimes your frustration sometimes can sometimes go ahead of you making a decision, right? And it's almost like, okay, so I'll tell you a situation what happened. I remember my dad annoyed me one time when I was really young, right? And as he went to sit down, I pulled a chair from him. So when he sat down, he landed on the floor, hurt his back. Yeah. Shout out, Dad. Yeah. Now at the time, listen, I'm not a violent kind of person. I'm not that level of disrespectful. It's not my level that I go to. Do you know what I mean? Right? I just had enough. That day I just had enough, right? I had enough of his crap. I had enough of his talk. I had enough of everything that he'd been saying. And I just wanted to do something to kind of get him back. But when I did it, I didn't realize how far I went. See, when I did it, I didn't realize, wow, that's kind of mad what I did, you know? Like, I actually went a bit too far. But when I was doing it at the time, I wasn't really thinking putting a chair would be such a heinous crime. I was thinking, oh, we do it at school. You pull someone's chair, they miss it, right? But when it's your dad and you do that, it's a completely different level, right? So when I look at that situation, that's how I look at almost Vinny's situation, in the sense of, I don't think when he was doing it, he told you things, yeah, it's a joke, it's banter, but he doesn't realize where's that coming from. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, like, I've never bantered about cutting any of the braids of my girl. I'm just going to be honest with you, it's never crossed my mind, right? Because if she thought to joke around cutting my hair, there's hell to pay for everybody. Yeah. So I just wouldn't joke with that particular thing. And then maybe this is about the cultural differences in culture as well, with Bree and Vincent as well. I just know that obviously as black folk, Araba, Layla, Maria, Ajwa, I am never joking about cutting your hair. Like, it's not, I'm not even putting the scissors close to the hair. Like, it's not a banter. We can't banter like that. Yeah, that's not banter.
And that's why it's so unbelievable. Like, that's why I feel like it's so contrived, because anyone at that age knows you better not cut a black woman's hair. Not even just a black woman, any girl's hair. Anybody would be like, did you just cut my hair? Especially a black woman. Okay. So for you to have done something like that, I can't believe. And I feel like also Bree's reaction, if it were a real situation, would have been way more severe. Like, she was just over there like, did you really just cut my hair? Like, what? After you just been bossing him and telling him he's disorganized and like being all whatever, like, come on, girl. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm a skeptic, maybe I'm cynical, whatever, but I just don't think so.
Right, so I also see you guys' side as well, a point of things as well. Actually, sorry, yeah, go on.
Yeah, so if it wasn't contrived, then it would be a mixture for me of vindictiveness and pettiness and immaturity. Because like you said, Kojo, when these emotions are in you and you want to retaliate, but you're not, like, because you're a people pleaser too, it's like retaliation is not in your nature, because it's like, I don't want to go too far, but because you're so resenting whatever it is that person has been doing to you, you just go out of character and you go way too far. So I would say it would be like pettiness. He was trying to be petty, but to cut her hair, like, y'all went through the budget. This girl told you how much she spent on her hair. You're not going to take scissors and cut off a month's worth of $200. For what? Why? So to me, it had to have been like an act that was put on. But then there is, I feel like he is a little bitter. I feel like he's a little bitter, especially after the horse situation. That horse thing took him out. He was pissed. Okay. And because that's the only reason why he would go as far as to say that you turned me off at, on our wedding day. Like, that's harsh. That's harsh to say to a partner, because it's not that you turned me off for a little bit and I was done. He stopped right there, period. You turned me off, period. I'm gonna still be thinking, like, are you turned off right now? Like, have you been lying to me this whole time? Like, that kind of thing messes with your psyche. So I think because he was that mad, and mad about the horse, and the fact that she also brought up the disorganization thing, that's what fueled everything. So there's a level of resentment still there that I think could have been a part of the hair cutting if it was real, and the walking out if it was real.
If no more voices are left, we'll move on to the next couple. All right, beautiful stuff. Good roundup, guys. So guys, if you're an audience, listen, there's loads of you here. Make sure you like this live before we go further. Okay, I can see you guys are opinionated in the comment section. Listen, use those fingers and like the video. It's all great you commenting. Make sure you leave a little like on there as well. Okay, leave a little like on there. All right, appreciate you guys. All right, cool. Let's move on. I'm sure people got a lot to say. Let's move on to another couple. For me, I want to talk about because I want to savor. I want to savor, Jacob and Haley, and I want to savor a little bit of Eric and Virginia. So let's do another one, which I'm not really feeling. I'm now really not feeling them anymore. They used to be my couple I love talking about, but now they just really frustrate me. Ryan and Clara. Yeah, that's mad. I don't know what else really to say about these two, to be honest. I'm a bit tired, actually, to be honest. I'm tired of Clara sticking in the situation too. I'm tired of her sticking in the situation. Truth is, I'm tired. Okay, so yes, who wants to kick us off? Who wants to kick us off? Go on, Robert. And then Layla.
Yeah, I guess I'll quickly give my opinion on the situation. I'm a little concerned with how Clara is going about this whole thing. And she's giving me Paige vibes. But she's concerning me a little bit more than Paige, is because at least Paige would express to people outside of their marriage that there's a problem. Clara, for some reason, she's just like, oh, everything's perfect. Everything is, we're good. We're like, and I'm just like, are we watching the same? This man doesn't even look like he likes you. Like, I don't even think he's attracted to Clara. So I'm very concerned as to how she really thinks that this man is going to say yes on decision day. I don't think he's going to say yes, you guys. I could be wrong, but I don't think he wants to stay married to her. Clara comes off to Ryan as this like airhead with no depth. She's kind of surface level, and she just wakes up and goes to work and eats and comes home and sleeps and does it all over again because she has to. There's nothing more driving her. You know what I'm saying? And so Ryan is not, I don't see as logical and as run down every part of the list as Ryan is. I don't see him saying yes to forever with a person who literally does not know where she wants to be in 5 years. Like, I just don't see it. And this is not to come at Clara, but it's almost like you can't possibly believe that you guys are a match. Not even just a match made in heaven. You can't possibly believe that you guys are a match. I just don't see it. And I think for me, as unsatisfied as Clara may be with the whole her sexual life with Ryan, or the lack thereof, I think she wants to stay in this marriage because she's so desperate to have someone love her and verbalize that they love her, that she's willing to overlook some of these issues that she's dealing with Ryan. She's willing to just look past the fact that she's being unsatisfied, look past the fact that she doesn't feel true intimacy with him, and just stay married in hopes of him one day getting there. But I don't see him ever getting there with Clara. I really don't. I think if they do decide to stay married, if Ryan decides to say yes on decision day, it's because he is afraid of hurting Clara's feelings, and he's also afraid of his image being messed up. That's the only way I see him saying yes on decision day. But Clara's very insecure. She's insecure. She needs therapy. She really needs therapy. Bad. Very bad. She needs to work on being okay with possibly not getting what she's so desperate to get from Ryan, because it's not a guarantee that it's going to happen. It's not a guarantee that's going to happen with him or anybody else for that matter. If you are blessed enough to find your forever and your husband, and that is to happen, it will happen when it happens. But you also need to be okay with it not happening the way you want it to happen when you want it to happen. And so my prayer for Clara, because she's number one on the prayer list this week, is that she discovers some self-love and that she opens her eyes, because she's giving me Paige vibes. She gave me Paige vibes this week, very much so. So that's for me. And for Ryan, I really wish he would be more honest, because I think there's a lot that he's not telling us on camera. He's very private with how he feels. And he said this, he doesn't do feelings, the whole feelings thing. He's more so about being logical and about doing things that make sense or appear to make sense. I have no clue how he truly feels in the situation. I can only guess that he's not into Clara and that he doesn't want to stay married with her. But then again, we still don't have much to work on. And so I really wish Ryan was more open and authentic to how he truly feels, because right now he's coming off as very deceptive, very deceptive. You are leading this girl on knowing good and well you are not into her. You are not as into her as she's into you. And so for me, that's unfair to Clara, and that's unfair to yourself, and everyone around you. It's, what are you putting this facade on for? We're not going to judge you if you don't like this girl. It's okay, but be honest with yourself. So that's my thing.
For later.
So again, we reach another point where it's just proven that these two are emotionally, intellectually, sexually, everything, just incompatible. They don't align in their preferences in these areas. And Clara is the only one who seems to think that that's not going to be an issue. So if Ryan were honest, we would have understood from him that he checked out maybe 60, 70% of the way at the honeymoon. That's when she proved that she was culturally insensitive. She was a blabbermouth. She was a bit scattered. And she was not interested in organized religion. And while there has been nothing to really indicate that Ryan is necessarily spiritual, he's definitely very religious. So, you know, all of those things made Ryan give the frowny face, but he never said anything. He would just frown and then they would just move on. And Clara is so oblivious to reality. She's living in this world where there's an image of Ryan in her head and she's falling in love with that, because there is no way that she's engaging with the person who's sitting in front of her, giving her all of these nonverbal cues that he is not interested. There's no way she's engaging that person. I think the final nail in the coffin for him genuinely developing, romantic feelings for her, if he's even capable of that emotionally for whatever reason, I think was the donut shop. I found him to be pretentious. I found him to be grandstanding. I found most of his speech to be fake. But at the end of the day, he was evaluating her ability to speak on things that were a little bit deeper than sort of whatever was going on in their day and how they felt about their relationship at the moment. She proved that she could not do that. She proved that she did not think about larger world issues and societal issues and her place. And she proved that she was not goal-oriented or ambitious. And I think he was done at that point. This personality test, I feel like us viewers, we heard the answers. None of us were surprised. She said pretty much all of these things throughout the show in one way or another, some of them very directly. He's actually asked her some of those questions at the donut shop. So the personality test was really like his final assessment. Like he was saying, you know, romance is an algorithmic function based on the square root of pi. He was like doing a robot thing, like where he was like, the computer will tell us if we're meant to be. Like, side note, it's odd that he is using experts to find his wife. He's using a computer to double check it. That's odd to me. That and then he was watching her take the test and the stare was strange to me. I was off put by kind of the observation of her taking the test. It seemed very scientific. And it seemed very much like, I don't know if you guys, when you were little and used to get tested for like, you know, whatever. Sometimes they do national tests. Sometimes they just do like testing of little kids, and you'll be in this room taking a test, and there's like people walking around just watching you. That's what it seemed like. You said you just need a number. You said you just need my resulting number to match with your number, and the computer will say there's something. So back up. But he was listening to every single answer she gave and judging her personally. He's been judging her the entire time. This has been one long test, one long assessment for him to scrape all his data points. And yeah, a long time ago, she failed the test, but he's just sort of doing his due diligence at this moment. I don't understand the football bowling date. I just know that those parasucos that he was wearing were a school dress code violation. He needed a longer t-shirt. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, no, it's not going anywhere. She's going to get her heart broken either on decision day or after decision day. It's not going to be a good reunion for Clara.
David, welcome to the conversation. Let me get David involved. David, talk to us, man. We're talking about Ryan and Clara. What's your thoughts?
Wow. Hey, hello everyone.
Hey,
good
David.
to be on again. Yeah, everyone looking great. I mean, like, you're not helping those of us as single brothers, It's a lot of pressure, a lot of heat on this show, But Ryan and Clara, I mean, like, if you firstly just look at that whole test off, to me it's like it's so like off the point. Like, dude is like so like Jesus culture and I'm Christ centered and all this stuff. And like, just going off from what Leila was saying, like, you're all up on the test. Like, it's like it's like God speaking from heaven. Like where is the whole, like, have you prayed about this? Have you heard do you have some peace in you? And all those and to me, that for someone who is so Christ centered or so religious and whatever, that just kind of shows like he's kind of not into the whole thing fully. He's not expecting, like, it's like you don't even want to hear from God. Like, yeah, God, I then just hold there. Like, you don't even need to say anything to me about this because I'm not really into it. And you can really see that from like all the things that he's kind of doing, because it's almost like he's checked out because she doesn't fit the mold of what I want. In that, I want someone who can talk beyond the surface, who can talk deep stuff. I mean, and you can hear that resonate when he talks to his friend. He's like, I have concerns about us talking about deep stuff, about your purpose, your vision, and things like that. Because his friend asked him, and that was what he raised up as his issue. He didn't say any other thing as an issue. And then in the case of Clara, it was kind of like a friend chatting with her, and a friend is like, she was, and Clara is like someone who's like sort of on cloud nine and don't want to leave there. And I think that's something that they always say about a woman. Like, you lose all your leverage, honestly, when you're moving with a man who's not married to you yet, or who hasn't put the ring on your finger. You lose almost every leverage. And that's what Clara done. She's moved already into his house. She's not like these other guys who are still talking about, where are we going to move into? Is it your house? Is it my house? So if anything happens, she's already stuck. She's already there. And the whole like decision day thing, he's talking about it, and he kind of brings a hint of reality, like, what if it doesn't work out? And she's like, come on, like, can we talk about it in a positive light? Yeah, we're being positive, but we're just talking about reality here. It could work, it could not work. So she's like all of these high feel, and she doesn't want to come down to reality and think about it like, you know what, it might not work. He might say no, and things like that. And she's kind of like there. So she's already moved in, she's already stuck in there. So she's like already centered onto like, you know what, this is it. I'm not leaving regardless of whatever happens, even if I don't get the D or whatever. I'm just stuck there. And even her friends asking her like, oh, so how about your relationship? She goes on and on about all the romantics. Oh, I never expected that, I would get someone so perfect for me, or blah, blah, blah. And then the friend just kind of brought her back to reality, like, so what's the issue with you guys? Like, yeah, I get all those stuff because our friend is married. So our friend is like, you know what? Yeah, I've probably been there before when I was still dating. And I'm like, yeah, everything's peaches and cream and all sweet. But what's the issue? What are you guys going through? And then when a friend asked her about that, she's kind of like not wanting to go into detail about, I want to be, I haven't gotten to be yet. He's never committed to someone, saying he loves him. So it's like she's just stuck there and she doesn't want to come back to reality and actually think about him, which is partly because she's already moved in, she's already checked out of wherever she is, and she's like, this is it for me. I'm here. I'm stuck on this guy, regardless of whatever. And then when she went back to bed that night, she's like just lying there and she's like, I don't know whatever it's going to be for him, but I know I'm very 100% sure about what I want to do and things like that. Which again, is like, you're not giving yourself leverage. You're not giving yourself a room to maneuver, to make a decision because you already placed all your cards there, right there. And for me, I think the guy is kind of like already certain in a way that it's not her because the whole religion thing doesn't align. You can't talk beyond the surface, and you can see now what we've been sort of talking about 3 episodes away or 3 episodes ago, that she needs to kind of ease off on all the whole sex thing. Now she's wanting to do that because she's like, you know what, I'm already there. So she's like saying, I'm not going to bring it up because I'll just let him do whatever. Why? Because you know that if you bring it up and he's like mad at you and whatever, there's nothing you can do. You're already like in there and the whole thing is like that. So to me, it's like he's kind of put herself in that situation where I feel like Ryan is most likely going to say no on that day and she's going to say yes. So it's going to be interesting who goes first. If she goes first, he might say a yes and be waiting for that yes from him. But I think Ryan is a bit more about his personality, about his image and all those things. So he won't want to say yes and then divorce or whatever and all those kind of things. So he might most likely say no to her for the whole thing. But I think she just kind of put herself in that situation where she doesn't have a wiggle room or that ability to actually make a decision that is different from any other thing else because she's already gone up into it. Brie and Vincent is a very interesting one to me actually because sorry to take us back a bit, but I think the whole Vincent thing, I agree with you, Kojo. Like he needs to kind of I think speak up a bit more and because I mean I actually dated someone who's like Brie because I'm also a bit like a kind of soft spoken kind of person. I don't like to be so whatever all this kind of thing. And the truth is, for someone like that, it would almost kind of make you feel like you need to be better than who you are. And you need to like do more than what you're doing and things like that. And to some extent, that's very true. You need to actually up your game if you're with someone like that who's very assertive and very like front footed and stuff like that. But then on another note, you also have to think about it and say, you know what, there's someone for everyone. There's like, and that's like the interesting thing with like when you watch like Ready to Love and you watch like the big lady who's kind of like plus size there, and you can see like some guys actually like want to be with her, even though it was like initially like oh maybe it's not or maybe they're all looking for the. So basically, there's everyone for everyone. There's someone for everyone, and you don't have to like just feel like you have to be stuck on it regardless or whatever. I think he was passive aggressive. The whole cutting of our hair thing, I think that was more like, you don't make me feel this way, and so I'm gonna do something that I know it's gonna be like, and then I'm just gonna laugh about it and make it look like I'm just joking. But in actual sense, he's just kind of pissed about the whole thing that happened with them. But I think Brie actually did really say the truth. Like, you go into this thing, you thinking it's going to be a fairy tale and all smooth and everything, but they're actually going to be challenges. They're going to be ups and downs, and you need to deal with them. I really hate it when people talk about, like, this is who I am, and you have to take me for who I am, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, for God's sake, if you get a dog, you have to walk the dog, you have to feed the dog, you have to pick the food. I mean, in Australia or in other countries as well, like the law is clear. You can't just like let your dog poo on the road while you walk them and walk away. You pick up the poo and stuff like that. So you make adjustments for a simple animal that you buy. But then when you have a man, like what Maria was saying, you don't want to grow. You don't want to make any wiggle room. Like, how does that even make any sense? You want the dog is just going to take you for who you are. You don't like going on walks. You just like to have a pretty dog you can show to your friend. How does that make any sense? The dog is going to have obesity and it's going to die someday. You got to make concessions. And the same thing when you be in a relationship with someone, you make concessions. No one's saying you should change and become the shadow of who you used to be. But you got to understand that when you're with someone, you're going to make some adjustments to actually make things move forward and grow. And it's not like you're just changing yourself and things like that. So, and our mother like supporting her and all those things. I really second that whole idea. Like, it's truly like she's being spoiled, or she's like the baby of the house kind of girl who's like, whatever she wants, she gets away, and that's it. And the mom kind of saying that, like, you're not gonna change and whatever, all those kind of things. I mean, I think that's just like because she feels like her daughter is in the up. Honestly, she feels like her daughter is in the up in the sense that her daughter is like, she's got money, she's an engineer, she's doing all right, and then so it's like, yeah, why does she need to like make a change for a man and all this kind of thing? But the reality is she needs to ask herself what she wants with her life and what she's gonna do. I believe that they might say yes on that day, which would be interesting, and that would be pretty cool for them if they're really gonna work at it and make it work. I think I said quite a lot, so I'll let someone else go.
Thank you for that, David. Appreciate it. More love for that. Yes, appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know you missed the first part, so you want to talk about Brie and Vincent as well. Yes. So we're still talking about Ryan and Clara, and their particular situation. Sorry, Maria or Adjoa, I don't know who wants to go first. Who has a preference? Anybody have a preference?
Go ahead, birthday girl.
So it's 12:04 now, and it's officially my birthday. So
yes, happy birthday to you.
Okay. Let me be serious now. So, Clara, that's who we're talking about, right? Okay. She's a shell of herself at this point. Like, Clara's not there anymore. This is a representative, and really it is Ryan's representative, and she's just talking for Ryan because Clara's not there. Clara is not home right now. She leave a message, beep. Yeah, she's not there. And what's happening is that she is really she's reiterating everything that she's heard Ryan say. Because I think at this point she understands who Ryan is, that Ryan is all about image. And because she wants so badly to be with Ryan and to be in Ryan's graces, she's just going to paint whatever image that Ryan wants. And what Ryan wants is that we are perfect, we are great, sex means nothing to us, and we are just going to be the best of pals. Because I think she even says a best friend, or she said something about a pal. We're going to be the best of pals, and we're going to live together as roommates, and we're going to act as if we're 95, and this is just what life is going to be. And to her, because she wants validation, I think she's settling for security, right? Because there's some level of security in Ryan, at least that he portrays, because he's all about responsibility. So he's honoring his responsibilities, and in the eyes of Clara, that means security, because you're doing the things that you should do. minus the romance, obviously, but because you're doing the things that you should do, at least I know I can count on you to keep doing the things that you should do as a husband. So that's where she's coming from with the fact that I can choose you all day, every day, because you give me a secure feeling and I feel like you're not going to leave me. Except because Ryan is so calculated and because Ryan is emotionless, Ryan will leave you. Period. Because right now, your chart is not looking good. He has a chart on you. There's an Excel spreadsheet somewhere with Clara's name on it. Because everything that goes on, this man is putting it in. See, the reason why Ryan signed up for this is because he took the word experiment literally. This is literally an experiment that he has signed himself in. And with an experiment, you have to collect data. And when you're collecting data, you have to make sure that you're proving your hypothesis right. The hypothesis is, can we be married for a lifetime? I'm still collecting data because at the end of the day, my experiment is not done and it's not due until the day of decision. And that's when he said, this man said, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I felt for Clara. I was like, wait, what? The only time you use that analogy is when you're in darkness, sir. So you're in darkness right now in your marriage because otherwise this should be light with you. So you're in total darkness and now you see the... Poor Clara was just like, huh? What? She was lost. And that's Clara has been lost this whole time. Clara is lost. Okay, sitting there taking an exam with a man that was asking you seminar-like questions, and you're sitting there just answering obliviously. Yeah, I want to do something with my life. What? No. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be serious here. Do I take people? Do I want to change the things that are bad about me? No. Like she was just sitting there, just I was shocked to see how she was answering these questions and to see Ryan's face, like he was utterly disgusted with some of the answers that she was giving. Like, what? You don't want to do better with your life? You have no goals. She was like, no goals. What? No, of course I don't have any goals. Do I think more of my life than it is now? No. What is going on in your head? It's like she was just born and she just wants to just ride this wave to wherever it lands her. And that's not Ryan. Ryan is very logical, very methodical, very strategic, very just analytical. And this is not going to work for him. I think the last few days, Ryan has been preparing Clara for the goodbye. Every sentence he says has been preparing her for the goodbye. This test, the personality enneagram that they took, that was to let her know that we are not aligned in any way possible. And so when I say goodbye, you have to be able to understand because this is data. We did this together and you saw that I didn't say it, the computer did, that we're not aligned. This is just his ticket home. And he just wanted, because he could have done this day 1. He could have done this day 7. He could have done this after the donut shop if he was really that concerned. He's doing it now because this is his ticket home. This is the pink slip. I'm not saying I don't want to be with you. I tried. The computer's saying it. So this is out of my hands. I did want to be with you. There are parts of him that he really needs. He comes off as a good guy, but he's very dangerous. Ryan is dangerous because he is deceptive in the way that he maneuvers through life. He's very deceptive. And now I'm actually truly concerned for anyone who comes into Ryan's path because I don't think he is actually capable of loving. I think he just doesn't have that capability. Well, of course, it's an assumption I'm making, but I really do think so. For someone to go through the kind of sexual nature and the sexual things that they're doing and to be able to be so controlled that you have not even lost one time 2 months y'all been doing this, and there's not one time you slip to do something, anything. That is robotic and scary and just not human like. I don't understand. So I think there's a blockage there, and I think his deception at this point is leading me to just see him as a very malicious person. And yeah, he's not coming off as Eric or as Chris, but this is malicious because he knows what he's doing. When he was with his friends asked him questions. The ones that he was sure were not going to tarnish his image, he answered, and he answered very concise and thoroughly. The ones that he thought would tarnish his image, he just goes like, yeah, that's a good question. Well, if it's a good question, answer it. Answer it. But he doesn't want to, because that's going to tarnish his image, and he's all about image. So at this point, I am seeing a malicious side of him, and the nice guy act is not fazing me. Yeah.
Can I quickly jump in after Ajwa? Like, quickly. I love what you said about Ryan not being capable of loving someone. And I didn't catch it before, but of course he's not capable to fall in love with someone, because love is not logical to Ryan. Love means you being subject to your emotions, being subject to someone else's feelings, and considering someone else, and he does not see that as logical. So Ryan literally cannot operate within the confines of love. Makes so much sense. That's all I had to say.
Maria, what are you saying?
So I know everyone is sold on the idea that Ryan is going to say no on decision day. But I have, a little bit of an unpopular opinion that there is a % chance that he might say yes. I do think that there's a lot of evidence there to suggest that, yeah, like he's clearly not into Clara. He's clearly going to say no, and he's just stringing her along. But I think that, Ryan knows that this is his last chance to ever like really be married or whatever. And that's part of the reason why he came on the show. And like, when I think about these couples as they get closer and closer to decision day, I naturally start thinking about when they first started on the show, like the very first couple episodes. And when it comes to Ryan's story and his storyline, remember the very first introduction we have to Ryan and Clara is him putting this blindfold on her, walking down the aisle. And right before they meet, he wants her to be, or both of them to be blind, touching each other, and then bam, they see each other for the first time right at the altar, right? I feel like that action in itself was an act of building up a level of suspense, right? He wants to build up this suspense, like he wants to draw it out so that in the moment of meaningfulness, that the impact of that moment is where he draws his depth from. See, Ryan keeps talking about how he's so deep and he wants to have a deeper connection or whatever. But Ryan, you're really not that deep. You're methodical. You're strategic. You're goal-oriented. But that doesn't mean that you are deep. That just means that you are the type of person that planned your whole life out when you were 12 years old, okay? And you said, I want to do this, 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 and this, and this. And all of the things that you could control, you were able to accomplish those things. But something a little bit out of your control, like falling in love and finding someone to marry, you're not quite, you don't quite have the mechanics for that. And so you knew you needed help to get that happening, but your goal is to be in a marriage, right? To be a husband, to have a family, maybe to even leave a legacy or whatever. That's what you wanted out of life. But it doesn't mean you have the right skills and tools to make it a success. And so I feel like him not telling Clara that he loves her and has like all these emotions for her right now is him viewing decision day as some build up of a moment that he wants to happen. Because he said he wants it to be meaningful and like all this stuff, but it's like, I don't think you really even know what that means, Ryan, because every time, because actually this past episode, Clara was sitting on the couch and actually asked him a relatively deep question or a reflective question. And his response was, a chuckle, well, I mean, and very surface level. This whole season, we haven't heard much out of Ryan. We don't know Ryan any more today than we did on episode 1. Okay? Every time they're having a conversation, it's all Clara communicating and Ryan not communicating back with her. He's not a good communicator. And part of being a deep thinker and a deep person is your ability to articulate your thoughts and your feelings. And you haven't been doing that, Ryan. So where is the depth? When you guys talk about he doesn't have the capacity to love, really, I kind of agree with that a little bit. And the way I see Ryan is he has a very like utilitarian mindset, not totalitarian, okay, not utilitarian, whatever, utilitarianism, okay. And I looked up the definition and it basically means, I'm gonna just read it. It's a family of normative ethical theories that subscribe to actions that maximize happiness and well-being for all affected individuals. So what that basically means is he thinks that if he goes through the motions of being a good husband, then that will make him a good husband, even if he doesn't have an emotional attachment to being a husband. He's forgetting the fact that feelings and love and all of this that don't always fit into a math equation or a science are a factor in the equation as well. And so his whole perception and idealism of a marriage is we're going to have goals that we strive for. Because remember when they were having that conversation on the couch, and I think she asked him, like, what are your goals? Or he was talking to his friend. His friend was like, what are you looking for? And his whole answer was like, yeah, I need to set goals, and I feel like we need to make goals together. And he's thinking about all these methodical next steps and thinking about like everything except for actually building a connection with Clara and actually falling in love. And so I just feel like, he's missing that whole element of it, the whole personality test. First of all, when you take a test like that, no one is supposed to be looking over your shoulders, because you're supposed to answer those questions honestly and without judgment. And at the end, it'll give you a more clear synopsis of who you are without there being negative or positive skews to your individual answers, right? And with Ryan looking over her shoulder at it, every answer is like a surprise to him. And I don't really understand why it's a surprise to him, because she has been saying these things this whole time. He knows that she's not goal-oriented. He knows that she's not a deep thinker. He knows this. He knew it from the donut shop. So why are you acting surprised? I think he was more surprised at her brazenness in answering the questions. While, you're supposed to do it in a judgment-free zone, she didn't care about the judgment. Even when they got to the question about, do you care if other people like you or not? She even answered that question like, nah, not really, to a degree. Like, I actually don't care, But Ryan really cares about what people think. He's all about the image. He's all about what other people are going to think about him and the outcome of everything. So to him, he was like, dang, you're not even going to think about that answer? So, yeah, that whole thing was super weird, but I think super accurate. But I'm also like, why didn't they show him answering the questions? Why is it that we always see Clara bearing her soul, opening up, expressing all of these thoughts and feelings, but we get nothing out of Ryan? This whole time, Ryan has stayed so consistent in like who his character is, who his persona is, but Clara has changed a 360, 180. I don't even know what the degree is, but basically completely changed from what she was when she first started to where she is now. And even when they asked the questions of like, how has marriage changed you or whatever, he was like, no, she said something like, yeah, I'm a lot more like rigid in my scheduling. And basically what she was saying is, I'm more on your schedule. And, you know, Ryan hasn't actually changed at all for Clara or grown in any way, like none of that. So I think Clara needs to wake up and smell the coffee, but she's not going to, because at the end of the day, like Clara just wants to be, you know, in a relationship. She just wants to be married. You know, she just wants to say she had a husband, and she just wants someone to tell her that she loves her. Like, I really feel like if Ryan would just say, I love you, like they would be fine, you know? And even if it wasn't true, she would be the best wife to him, to keep him in her life. She would do anything that he wants because she's already proven that she's going to do that, you know? But like, she'll be totally happy with that. But, you know, I just think it's a dangerous place to be in as Clara, because you've completely lost yourself. You don't know who you are, and you don't know what true love looks like, or what that's supposed to feel like, or who's truly worthy of your love. I think that's the bigger issue. Like, what has he actually done that is worthy of your love, Clara? Because he has you grasping at straws. And I used to think that Clara was like delusional, you know? I used to think that, you know, she might have like, you know, gone through some things, and that's why she is just accepting this as like, you know, an okay situation to fight for. But I really realized after that scene where he said a slight innuendo about decision day, or like the uncertainty of it all, and then she got upset and like walked away, like that let me know that you are in denial, Clara. You know something don't smell right about this situation, but you want to sit up here on the cameras in the confessional booths and act like everything is all rosy, peachy keen, and like y'all headed towards a positive direction. You know something ain't right. You know you smelling fish. But you want to push past that because you just want to be married. Your self-worth isn't, you're not aware of it. So yeah, that's my thoughts on them. I think that there's a possibility that Ryan will say yes on decision day just because he just wants to be a husband and grow old together with Clara and have kids and leave a legacy and all of that. And he thinks, you know, maybe he can mold Clara into being what he wants, and they'd still achieve all his goals. But yeah.
Cool. Hear that. Hear that. Hear that. Okay. Yeah. So,
yeah. Oh, I was gonna ask something.
Okay,
So
go for it.
do you guys think or let me just say, do you guys think there's someone who can actually be attractive enough for Ryan to change his mind, or to be in that zone, so to say? Let me just ask.
Is there anybody that's attractive to make Ryan get in that zone?
Yeah, like, you know, maybe you want to say like, oh, maybe someone who can have a conversation on that level, someone who is like religious and intelligent and whatever, just that kind of stuff.
I don't think that. I'll answer it short. There isn't. Look, and the reason why is because he hasn't stated those issues at the moment with Clara. He's not stating anything. And that's the whole thing. When you've had opportunity to speak up and say you don't like something, hey, you haven't said it. You know what I mean? You've kind of dodged. So I don't think a more prettier woman, more on fire for Jesus woman. In fact, if a more fire person on Jesus woman, probably wouldn't even look at him. Yeah, because all this a lot of religiosity that I'm seeing around him. Like, but again, this is again, I don't think a more prettier woman would have changed his situation, right? Because you know, if you don't like someone, you don't find them attractive. Okay, I understand. But bro, like the way he's acting, it goes deeper than that. You know, he's saying that obviously I know that he always talks about how she always talks about feelings all the time. And I'm like, bro, but we haven't heard I don't know, maybe you're getting a disgusting cut. But this is the same thing that we say all the time. And I say to you guys, listen, they can cut it 1,000 ways. Your behavior is your behavior. Right? Your behavior is your behavior. On the screen, we saw what you were saying, what you were doing. You have opportunity to tell the girl that you love her. Your letter, it was dead. Bro, listen, there was a lack of enthusiasm in your letter. That's an opportunity. That's an opportunity. You didn't take it. So that when people come up and then they would say, well, it's the edit I got. I'm looking at it like, but the edit too gave you opportunity to showcase some love and some care, and we didn't see it. We didn't see no personality, nothing. We don't know who Ryan is, what Ryan's about. Okay. The most we got from Ryan is actually his first day shoot with the VT about his family saying where he was from. That's the most we've ever heard about Ryan. After that, all I know about Ryan is, yeah, sure. And I mean that with no joke. Seriously, that's all I know about him. And the fact that he's refusing to have sex, but wants to get a sloppy toppy. No, that's all I really know from Ryan. So no more of a better looking woman or a woman who loves Jesus more is going to draw him out any other way, because he's showing us exactly who he is at this point. All right.
So we can just conclude it that is not capable of love.
It's not it. But Clara's not
never been in love. How old is he? He's like early 30s or whatever. He's never been in love. You've had ample time to explore your options.
Exactly.
Yeah. And to be taken aback by someone's beauty, that goes against who he is. It goes against his logical side. He needs to have something to grasp on. Beauty taking, like, I feel like even if there was a person who literally would knock his feet off, he will go right back to who he is, his default. Okay, I know I'm feeling this way, but no, this is not how to go about it. Let's look at it logically. And he will literally talk himself back out of whatever feeling he's feeling. And I think that's just who he is. So there is no one who will be able to have him make any other decision that is against his analytical side, period.
All right, cool. Let's move to the next couple. Leila, what happened? You want to say something? You sure?
Kojo, before you move on, I'm signing out, guys. I have to get some sleep.
Rabba. Appreciate you, girl.
Happy birthday.
Goodbye, Rabba.
Thank you, my love. Bye, Rabba.
Love, Rabba. Appreciate you, man.
Bye, Rabba.
Listen, prayer warrior. So the next couple we have to talk about. We're talking about obviously. Let's end on Jacob and Haley. So I'll end on them because I think they're quite cute, right? They're not cute, but I think we should end on them. Anyway, let's talk about obviously Eric and Virginia. One with them, because obviously this episode here, I don't know. I watched it, but I don't know. Like, I'm still confused as to Wagwan with them, because at one point I'm like, Virginia's moving a bit mad, but then at another point I'm just like, Eric, you know your tone and everything is really, really bad, and you ain't working on it. Like, you know your tone and how you deliver information is shoddy, and you admit it to your friend, and you still can't get it right, bro. Like, that for me, it's just problematic. Do you know what I'm saying? And at one point, I think she tried to hold his hand when he was crying, and then he moved his hand away from her, and then it became long. And I was like, oh, bro, she was trying to support you emotionally, and then he took his hand away, and her face kind of changed at that point, like almost like she you know what, I'm giving up on this moment. But then they were in the bed after, everything's all calm. So I don't know. What's you guys' thoughts on Eric and Virginia at the moment? You know, it's a bit of a mad thing. What's going on, man? What's going on? Layla, you already had your mic open, so go for it.
Oh, okay. So with Eric, I felt like finally Virginia is starting to see through the sweet talk, the I'll never leave you reassurances, the you're the most amazing thing. So these are cards that Eric pulls out of his positive reinforcement bag, right? Like you're the best thing ever. I was always hoping for a woman like you. All the niceties. Those are the positive bag. The negative bag is when he comes with a level of somewhat like aggression with the types of words that he chooses and the blows and how specifically how low he chooses to hit her. I don't think this is even the lowest that Eric can go. We saw a glimpse of Eric's capacity for verbal abuse when he thought the cameras were gone. And we also know that he is very conscious of the cameras when he's sober, because he mentioned it in the car on the way down to the cabin with Virginia, that he doesn't like when she gets after him on camera. That means that he's very conscious of it. So we're seeing him try to go through all these tricks because he doesn't want to get left on decision day. He doesn't want this to be a failure. I think deep down he knows that this really has maybe a 6-month runway at the longest, but he doesn't. He's like kind of desperately trying to hold on to it, because I truly do believe that he loves Virginia. I don't know if that's love based on, genuine emotion, or if that's love based on attachment issues. But he doesn't, in desperation to avoid a second divorce, but he just does not want to get left. And that's why we saw him bargaining and compromising towards the end of the episode, giving into things that he was literally 3 weeks ago. You can leave. Oh, you don't want to come to my house? Then don't come. That's where I'm going. Now it's like, if you can just move after your lease ends. Now it's, I'm putting my house on the market to rent it out. The pets can come. Now he's all willing to compromise. It's so, to me, that is proof of how deliberate all of the other manipulative tactics were, because now you see her point. Now you're willing to compromise. Now you're open to seeing, maybe her side in these types of things. Whether or not we in the audience believe that her point is valid, he was not willing to entertain it. And then we approached decision day, and now he's all for let's have a serious conversation, a meeting of the minds. Oh, really? Are you capable of that? Because we didn't know. We thought you were just here for ultimatums and threats. Gaslighting. So I'm just saying, Eric knows exactly what he's doing. If Virginia wants a life of this, then she'll stay with him. If she doesn't, then she'll leave. But I think that she's kind of getting to the point where because there was a stretch there where she was blaming herself. She was blaming her anxiety. But her anxiety was just a reaction to sort of like knowing that things are extremely wrong, and her body giving the reaction that obviously her mind was not able to do. So, Virginia is seeing through it. Virginia is seeing how much power she has in this situation, and she's almost kind of enjoying it. She's almost enjoying it a little bit. Like, I don't know. I mean, are there soulmates? I mean, I don't know. Like, you thought your last marriage would work. I don't know. You think this marriage will work? She's very much understanding her role in this now. And she's taking his annoying habits much more seriously. So, if you noticed also, she's sort of strategically avoided some of the harder questions that her brother and her friend asked her about. He's like, but you not going out, that's not about trust, is it? And she just didn't answer. When they asked about the fighting, she just didn't answer past a certain question. So she knows what she needs to do. Again, just like Ryan and Clara, possibly they will stay together on decision day. By reunion, with Virginia and Eric, I don't know if it will be over by reunion, but they will have taken significant steps back in their relationship to the point where they're just saving face, if they're not broken up.
Good points. Yeah, David, you want to add about Virginia and Eric?
Yeah, I think to me, two of them. Let me just first start with Eric. I think Eric is really like this kind of manipulative kind of person, and I think Lila already mentioned some of the things. But I'll just firstly go back to the dinner that they had. You go to the dinner and then you're talking about how special this moment is and all those kind of things. But then one thing that struck me is the whole time this dude is actually talking about how lucky and how blessed and how happy he is to be sitting in front of a gorgeous woman, and a woman whose smile is radiant and beautiful and what. Like, it's all about like me and It's like when you're in high school and then there's this very cute girl who's like the hottest one that every guy is trying to get, and then you're the one who gets them, and then you're like, you know what? I'm so happy that I got you, and like there's that kind of air of like, it's all about like him and that kind of thing, and he starts crying, and then he makes a statement, I just don't want to be alone. And to me, that kind of like puts me off. Like, so the reason why you want to be with me, the reason why you want me to say yes, the reason why you're going to make all these concessions now, allow me bring my dog and all those things, is because you don't want to be alone. That is the whole point of it. Because you've got all this money, you're a pilot, you've achieved all these things, and a woman is the last piece of the puzzle, and then I happen to be there, and you're like, I don't want to be alone. And that's the whole thing, and that's why you're crying and being emotional and all that kind of. So to me, I'm like, initially when he started, I'm like, oh, okay, the brother is coming out with the emotional side, and then he goes on about all that stuff, and then I'm like, so this is like the whole point of what you're trying to do. And then later on, he starts making all those concessions about the dog and about all this, and to me, I'm just like, you know what? If someone show you who they are, girl, you better believe it. Pretty quick. Don't let them switch and bait you at the last minute just to get whatever they want, and then it becomes a kind of, and in the next spread of the whole crying and stuff, then he just kind of switches it up again, and he's like, this is it and this is it. I'm like, just this minute ago you were crying and being so emotional, and now you're like, this is what I want and blah blah blah, and that's it. So it's like the next minute he's giving concessions and you can bring your dog. So it's like there's no consistency. Like, hey, the Bible says an unstable man is like the waves of the sea, tossed to and fro. That's pretty much what you've got in this guy. And so he's going to be that way. Oh, yeah, today you can go out with your friends. And then the next day is like, well, where are you going? This and this and that. This is what I want, and there's nothing about it. So he's like really not holding it. And then you talk about the whole conversation with the friends and all that. Like they ask him, is it about trust and whatever? And she can't respond. Goes to show that's what she thinks, or that's what she knows it is, but she doesn't want to say it. You see? And then the whole conversation about the moving of the houses and all those kind of things. And she's like, I can't move to like this place because it's small for me and all my animals and all this kind of stuff. I mean, for legit, these guys have so many animals and it's just crazy. But you think about it, and you're like, you know what? It actually does make sense. You guys have to have a conversation about this stuff and actually come to a conclusion before you go further. So I think Eric is gonna keep on doing what he's been doing, which is basically being kind of, and I think a little bit of his this is what I want and there's nothing about it. It kind of stems a bit from his past marriage, from that last marriage where he had that divorce and all those kind of things, sort of like David on Ready to Love, and kind of just kind of being stuck in the past and holding on to things and trying to use the same measures to kind of measure this relationship. And then this girl talking about anxiety and all that kind of stuff. I think she's basically just admitting to the fact that the situation is not tenable for her because you've got someone who's so anxious, and then you've got someone else who is every minute making her feel like she's not good enough, making her feel like if she doesn't match up to what you want, you're gonna leave. If it doesn't match up to what you want, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that. It doesn't work. And then she's coming from like a marriage or a family where the marriage is like torn apart and everything is not, believe me, it's not a indictment on people who come from broken homes, but if you get with one of them, trust me, you really need to consider and be very careful. Not just a woman, not just a man, you just really need to be careful and really understand like how that actually does damage to that person, because those things really do affect people, and especially the kids, that is. So you can see all our anxiety and all our fears, and then she's got this man who's so controlling. And then she made some comments together with our sister the other time about how he's acting like our dad and that kind of thing. So it's like she can already see something and someone that she fears and she's like afraid of in him. to me, it's like a lot of things are really clashing with them. I wouldn't say that she should go ahead and be with Eric, honestly, because Eric is, like I said, just gonna do a switch and bait again and just gonna do whatever. So I'm sure the live comment is already going for me. So let me just stop there before they say I've preached a 3 hour sermon.
Never a problem, bro. Never a problem. Share that word, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Man
In
from the
season
rig.
and out of season.
The man from the rig. We love it, bro. We love it. Not a problem at all, bro. Yeah. Anybody who's next? Who else wants to share next? You want to share? Maria, Adjo, you want to go?
I'll just go because I'm not going to take long. I just think that, Eric's bluff was called in this episode. We're getting close to decision day, and all them veiled threats he was making before, he not about that life. So quiet down over there, okay? Eric, you not going nowhere. You're sad. You just don't want to be alone. You're getting older. Virginia, despite all of the stuff that is so incompatible with you guys' lifestyle, you're willing to look past all of that just so you can be married, And, Virginia, I hope she is smarter than that. In certain instances, I feel like she is smarter than that because she calls him out in the moment on key things that he does to try to manipulate her. Like in this past episode, he said a word that just struck her like, yo. Oh, he said, this is what I expect or whatever. And she was like, actually, I don't like that word expect. Like you can say you want, but miss me with the expect because it's not going to be what you expect. And I think that because he's always trying to draw these hard lines in the sand, she's always going to try to push those boundaries and see, what she can get away with. And that's just what we've been seeing from them the whole time. So I'm a little bit tired of them. I think that, they are probably going to say yes on decision day just because they are still in this moment of like, I really truly believe that they do have good times. Like, I think that they have a level of attraction to each other and there are moments of like fun that they have together. However, I think that, their bad moments are way more toxic and they're too often, right? But because they're in this cycle of constantly trying to just get back to the good times, because remember in this episode, he said that they don't actually resolve issues. Like they'll bring it up, but then they'll push it to the side so that they could just get back to the good times, right? That is so unhealthy and so dangerous. And that's not how it should be. You guys should be coming to some level of resolution. And what that tells me is that it's almost becoming like a drug, the good times are your drug. And despite how much turmoil or how hard it is to get to those good times, you're willing to just stick it out just to experience those moments. And that's a recipe for disaster. So I think Virginia should run. I think she knows that he's like, a little scary. But we'll see what she decides to do, on decision day, because I'm just like, Clara, you have all these guy friends. You don't have a problem meeting men. Why didn't you just wife one of your guy friends? Or I'm sorry, husband one of your guy friends. You know what I mean? Like, it seemed like she had good chemistry with dude that was at her house and he understood all of her craziness. He's like, oh yeah, like, yeah, pets. Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to move into his house. Yeah. Like, why not just wife him? So I don't know. Like, I think she's gonna say yes despite all of the toxicity. Because I think that they think that it's salvageable. But Ryan, or what's his name, Eric, he's scary because I feel like once the cameras leave and he has nothing more to prove, like he's gonna snap. But that's all I have to say.
Appreciate it, Maria. Appreciate it. Before you go, Adjo, I'm gonna let Light wanted to add on Eric and Virginia quickly. So yeah, Light, go for it. And then you wanted to add on Eric and Virginia. Go for it.
Yeah, Eric and Virginia. Adua, happy birthday. And I disagree with you a lot about my boy Ryan, but that is not the topic right now. Another day. Maria, in her last statement, just actually said exactly what I wanted to interject into the conversation. Is the evolution, the pattern and evolution of an abuser, is that they're coming. It's like, okay, let's say someone was dating, a couple was, had been dating for a while, and she is fine, feeling that there's an abusive situation possibly happening, and she wants to leave. The abuser, the guy, will sweet talk her, give, romance her, everything until they get to the altar. And then once they get to the altar, once they are married, then he feels she is his property. And then the abuse will escalate. And I feel like this decision day is the equivalent to that wedding day, because he has been, in my mind, there are a lot of things that he has done that have been intentional in hurting her. The constant ultimatum, he has to know that someone that has abandonment issues is going to be hurt by you constantly saying, she can leave, you're not important enough for me to, if you want, you can go. He's got to know that was going to hurt her, but he uses that to break her down. And he's subtle about it, his, gaslighting tactics, but it is in the pattern of an abuser. And if she were to say yes on decision day, I feel as though he will, it would feel locked into him, that they're locked in and he can just be himself. He can be outside of the stream of cameras, outside of the people that are going to, that are scrutinizing their situation, and he's just going to be who he is naturally in the relationship. He's going to want to be controlling. He's going to want her to follow his expectations. And again, he continues to not be aware of his own faults. And so he's going to always shift every blame onto her. And if she was the type to receive all of that negative energy from him and negative behavior from him, she could be broken down. But this girl, although she's, she is a little immature and she's got issues she needs to deal with, she's very self-aware. She's strong enough to say, this is not me. I don't think that this is going to work for me. And he's realizing he doesn't have that control over her. So now he's begging. He's at the point of bringing flowers after he, like physical abusers will hit their wife and then come back with flowers the next day and say, baby, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It'll never happen again until the next time, until the wedding day is over, until, she's got a kid and she feels, trapped. It's just the cycle of the abusive behavior. And I don't believe she's going to say yes at the end of this, because I think she's come to the point where she realizes that there are too many things that he is trying to take away from her. I don't always agree with the things she's doing. I think she needs to work through a lot of things, as we all feel. But I think she, as I've said in the past, she needs a partner who would help her to be able to address those things, who would make her feel safe mentally and emotionally in the relationship. She sees, as David said, I agree with you, David, she knows she's not safe with this guy. She knows that she is just going to, have to be in an adversarial position with him all the time. And she doesn't want that. That is not what she wants for her life. She wants a happy life. She wants a compatible life. She wants somebody where they can walk through life together into healing. Even though she doesn't know how to get there yet, that's what she wants, and he's the opposite. That's pretty much all I have to offer.
Powerful points there, Light Man. Thank you so much for that, man. Powerful points. Makes some really good points about the development of the abuse that will take place with Eric and Virginia. Can't disagree. Especially as I apologize about Eric already, so can't disagree.
Thanks for having me on again. Thank you, ladies. David, Jojo. Enjoy you guys so much.
Thank you, Light. Adjo, you're the last voice on this.
Okay, so First of all, before I start, I remember 2 weeks ago we talked about this, and I said I was going to acknowledge that there are men who do meet Virginias and they do get manipulated by the fact that she purposely does not put you first, and she makes it clear that you're not going to be first, and because you're not going to be first, these are the reasons why you're not going to be first, and these things are more important to me than you. And that to a man can be damaging, and so I understand how that can come off as manipulative. But again, we have to look at, especially when it comes to a couple, we have to look at the lesser of two evils, and the other part of it, which would be the lesser of two evils would be Virginia, and then the worser would be Eric. So we give a little bit more grace to the lesser, which would be Virginia, because if you look at it, I have compared Eric to Chris, and I've said that Eric is actually worse than Chris. And that really is based off of Maria's point and based off of Light's point. See, an abuser always has a hook, right? The only hook that I can think of with Chris had to have been sexual. Their hook is something that gives you a high, something that gets you excited, something that gets them into your good graces. And then the abuse comes underneath it so that there's a cushion there where you're not, you give them a lot more than they deserve, right? Because they've given you the goodies already. So they've given you something to sweeten you up. And the other time I said it was a butter and then like a bread, when you butter it up and then you slice it to make it, soft and moist. That's what an abuser does. Okay. An abuser gets you nice and rich and moist and then comes at you. Now the hook for Eric is more of it's a love bombing. And so that's deeper than just sex, right? Because you can go and get a good D from someone else, you're gonna forget about the other D. But when you have a connection, a love connection, or at least so you think with someone, it makes it harder for you to break. And that's what's going on with Eric. Eric love bombs Virginia. Eric throws everything at her because she knows he knows she has abandonment issues. Every conversation, Eric, oh yeah, and she had a really terrible upbringing. So he knows this and he uses it against her because he feels his upbringing is so much more better. And because her upbringing is not, it's not ideal, that she is more needy. And so she uses this against him. Eric is only doing this just for decision day because he does not want to be embarrassed. Eric does not want to be embarrassed. Eric is all about the looks. Eric is all about achievements and the things that he has done. His brother is married. His father's been married for a lifetime, and he just wants to follow in their footsteps. And his other marriage failed, so to him, he's a failure. And this is his last chance of proving that he is not the reason why that marriage failed. And so he's doing everything. Oh, I'm going to put that house on sale. I promise. You were just saying at the retreat. You literally had a fit at the retreat, which was like days ago. So what has changed between days ago and now, other than your ego and feeling so scared that she's going to leave you? Because Virginia at this point has made it clear that you're not the one. She doesn't believe in soulmates. She called him out dead to his face. Wasn't your wife your soulmate too? But then he started stuttering because he had no answer for that. She called him out at every chance she could this episode. Every chance she could, she was calling him out because she's done. She realizes that Eric is not consistent. His words and his actions are not consistent. And for someone who is like that, you can't trust. You can't trust someone like that. And she knows that. And I just hope that her addiction, because it becomes an addiction to the highs of the love bombing, does not pull her back in. And that's why you were confused, Kojo, because her addiction pulls her in without her even knowing. Like in the same conversation where she's calling him out, she's coming close to him because she's addicted to this feeling, this euphoria of like this love bomb that he throws at her. And I just pray that it doesn't pull her in, because right now what I see is Virginia is comfortable being by herself. She was in that chair snuggling with that dog when he left, like, "Ooh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. I can actually be myself." So hopefully she rides with that, and she kicks him to the curb on decision day, because Eric is not it. Eric just wants to fill a quota of having a wife and having kids, and that's all Virginia is. He does not love her. He does not love her at all. Nothing about her he loves. He doesn't love the dog who's like her. He doesn't want the cats in the house. He loves nothing about Virginia. It's just to fill a quota of having a wife. So they should not be together. That's just my opinion. Kojo?
Is he
Is
frozen?
Kojo frozen?
Kojo?
He's
Oh,
frozen.
him.
What you Kojo's probably mad because we didn't bring the heat on Virginia. That's probably what it is. Kojo.
Gonna come back and cuss us
The
out.
internet canceled him
Yes.
for lying on us last time. That's what happened, because we definitely be bringing the smoke to Virginia.
Oh. Kojo's
Left us abandoned. Abandoned. Just like Eric threatens to do Virginia.
right.
Yeah.
How
Audra-
toxic is that?
Audra, do you think they're gonna stay together on decision day?
I think they might, just because I think they're still riding on a high and an addiction. And if you think about it, someone said he's asleep. And if you think, hi, Kojo. And if you think about it, like, they've mentioned that they are physical touch people. So I'm sure they get it in the bed. Like, they are just on it. And so, yeah, they're going to be addicted to that. And that might be the reason why they stay, but they're not going to work.
Yeah, no.
Hi, Coach. We can't hear you.
Sorry, my internet just wanted to play up, so I'm on my phone. My internet's just trying to go down on me, bro. It's mad. It's mad.
Move your phone a little lower so we can see your face.
Sorry, I didn't realize my camera's on. My bad. My internet's just trying to go off, so I'm using my. Okay, I'm back now, guys. So I'm coming back in with my other thing.
Yeah,
It just went a bit mad. My internet went in. 2 seconds. I'm gonna come out of this. 2 secs.
Technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. My internet went down and decided to restart itself. So yeah, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. How did I even put that comment there? I don't know. Yes, thank you for that, for Adja. Appreciate much love for that. It's probably because of the Black Street playing in the background. My internet went down. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, to be honest, you know, just it's interesting. I do agree with you guys, and I see some comments in the comment section a bit like people being a bit annoyed about the abuser label. I do understand why people may feel that way. I definitely do believe there are some abusive tendencies from Eric. I'm just you know, that's something I don't think is deniable. And when if you want to make it easier for the people in the audience, to make it easier for you guys, controlling. It's the same thing, right? The word, it just feels different because someone is another word. It's controlling, right? So he's a controller to a really high extent, where he needs to control everything and police everything. And obviously everything's about the intention. I do believe obviously there's a lot of fear operating behind his particular method of control. I think he needs some serious therapy. You know, I think he needs some serious therapy to go and recover and restore whatever was lost in whatever relationship, overseas, what's happened to him, because the need to want to control everything. And this is not me giving Virginia a pass, by the way. You already know me and Virginia, we have our issues already. But just with the way that he deals with things, the constant way that he deals with sharing how he feels, he actually knows the way he shares information is poor and still continues. Like, it's really bad. Like, do you know what I mean? Like your whole and this is another thing. I've always said this. The friends are saying that you're controlling yourself. I can't say it's like a Bree situation. They called you bossy. What do you want me to do? Your friends keep telling you you are controlling. What do you want me to do? You want me to say no, you're not? No, you are. Your friends told you this. Stop being so controlling, and we're still seeing that. So I think what we are seeing is some behaviors that are can be very, very scary. And this is another thing as well. I think it's hard for people to understand. It's a bit like we're dealing with Ready to Love and dealing with David and some of the issues he's faced with. When people present a certain thing which is not overt abuse, it's hard to say in it. It's easy to say Chris, isn't it? It's easy to say Chris is an abuser because, you know, he's shown some outright behaviors which are really, really bad. But it's the covert people that can sometimes get underneath the radar. You know, that people can go underneath and be like, oh no, he's not that bad. It's not abusive. It is. There are just behaviors that he's doing, and it's the way, like I said, the way he induces some of the stuff. So yes, I do agree in terms of him having some abusive tendencies in terms of the way he's actually controlling of Virginia as well.
And Kojo,
Yeah.
can I just make a little bit of a clarification? Because as of someone who has been abused, I think that it is very necessary to make this very clear. An abuser breaks you, or at least an abuser tries to break you, intentionally or not. As long as they are trying to break you and misuse you, that's really what an abuse is, right? Anything that misuses you and tries to break you is abuse. So the reason why we label him as an abuser is because of the hot and coldness, right? So let's say I have a thermometer and I go and I put it at 100 degrees and I put it at 60 degrees and I put it at 100 degrees. Like, that is a level of abuse just because I'm misusing it. Like, that is damaging. Right? That is damaging to the system itself. There's a manual that tells you that you're not supposed to just keep changing something from a high degree to a low degree and going up and down that way. So if the actions of the person is damaging to you, that is abuse. Now, I think people just get stuck on the intentionality of it. Just because he's intentional does not mean that or he's not intentional does not take away from the fact that what he's doing is abusive. He uses her brokenness against her. He love bombs her intentionally because you could tell he tries to gauge if it's working or not. That is intentional. And so that is where the abuse comes in. And I mean, if someone is triggered by it in the comments, then, you know, that's something maybe we can have a deeper discussion on. But I think we need to be very clear on what abuse is, because other than that, when you're being abused, you may have a hard time even knowing you're being abused.
So, Kojo, also, I just wanted to say really quick, like, first and foremost, if a person has lying tendencies, we call them a liar, do we not? If they habitually exhibit those tendencies, we label it what it is. With Eric, yes, I can understand why this is very subtle. This is also a short period of time, so it seems like a snap judgment. The reason he gets the ER on the end is because he is strategically applying these manipulative and controlling tactics. It's not something that he's happening into. It's not you could say it's a defense mechanism because he's triggered by her independence, but that was going to happen no matter who he was with, unless they just unquestioningly followed every single thing that he said. And there is a girl out there who will do that. And so that's why to some people in the chat, they're like, well, no, he's not an abuser. If she would just blah, 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 his requests are very reasonable. It's not about how reasonable his requests are or are not. It's about what he is willing to do to get her to fall in line. Yeah. And he has this switch that he flipped on this last episode, where he needed something highly consequential from her, a yes on decision day. The lengths he was willing to go show that this is very conscious. He's doing it on purpose and he's applying it strategically. So he learned at some point in his life that this is the level of force, this is the level of manipulation, this is the level of positive, this is the level of negative, this is when we're willing to compromise. He learned these patterns at some point in his life and he's using them. So that's why we have applied the ER. Chris is not the standard for abuse. Yeah. Chris is not the standard. So it's not like if someone is no worse than Chris, then they're not an abuser. Physical abuse is not the only abuse. Physical abuse you can heal from. physical abuse does not even start unless somebody has broken you mentally and or emotionally. So we need to stop acting like physical abuse is how many black eyes is worth your acceptance that somebody is actually a monster. Do we have to wait until she has a broken arm? No, because everyone doesn't get to that point. Every type of abuse isn't that way, but it can still be just as damaging and the effects can be just as long lasting. Now, what we're saying is Eric is demonstrating all of the foundational groundwork for laying an emotionally, at least emotionally abusive relationship. And we caught glimpses of verbally abusive, glimpses of it, but it's only been like 50 days. Like Light said, once that wedding happens and you are my wife in my head,
I agree.
it's a different person.
Yep. I can totally agree that 100%. Big boy points. Yeah, I definitely agree that. And I think obviously you guys have made some really good points in terms of just the way that he's systematically approached it. Because I did think when he did that whole crying thing, I was like, this guy crying, like, it wasn't long ago my man was doing the whole take it or leave it spiel. And now we're suddenly in a place where my man's doing the tears. And I think, again, this is something, I mean, like I said, until maybe some people haven't, like I said, obviously, I think if you see an abusive person if you've ever seen them work, it's really, it's a dark art, man. Honestly, it's a dark art. Like it is something that is, unique, because when you see the behaviors, you're almost confounded by the fact that is this person understanding what they're doing, but you start to realize after they do it a few times that this person knows what they're doing. They're actually genuinely implementing the behavior as they go along. So yeah, I do understand. I do understand where you guys have added the hard ER to the term abuse there, and I get it. It makes sense with what you guys are saying. Yeah, I mean, Maria, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just real quick, to simplify it even more. If someone is ever, because when you have a normal disagreement with a person, you hear their side, they hear your side, and it's like, okay, we might have to agree to disagree, or maybe, I can say some things to persuade you, right? By rationalizing my own points. But anytime a person is employing tactics to try and force you to change your mind or change your position to their own position, that is a form of manipulation. Okay. And that manipulation can very easily turn into abuse. Abuse is not always overt, slap you across the face. Abuse can be words. Abuse can even be tone of voice. Abuse can be emotional, psychological, that actually plays a longer life cycle of a game in order to come to fruition. Like, there's levels. So don't just think abuse is always physical.
Yeah. Good points. Yep, good points. Appreciate it. Still appreciate it. The last couple we are talking. The last couple, we're talking about Haley and Jacob. Haley and Jacob are our last residential couple. Obviously, there's some interesting behaviors we've seen from these two. First, I want to say that obviously Jacob does not get a pass today because there was some petty ass behavior for him leaving the cabin to go home to two dogs, okay, that he saw on a screen and did not communicate that. There is nothing to shield him from today, some bullets that he's got to get, okay? He's petty, okay? And there was no need for it. I know that Haley can be a lot, and she was doing a lot at the cabin, okay? But the fact that he left like that, and then the audacity to be like, yeah, sorry, I had to leave because of two dogs. Well, I saw the screen and I saw my phone and I had to leave, the next door neighbor, their production line, and they couldn't look after the kids that's going to work. So I had to leave at 6 a.m. in the morning. So what, you couldn't say nothing? You couldn't text when you got there? You couldn't text when you got home? Huh? You were out here complaining about the person not texting you when they arrived and you had your 8 eggs. But now when you get home and you got two doggies, okay, all right, they were looking like this. I don't know what that meant, but he said they were like this. I don't know what that meant. What does that mean? The two dogs were like that to the camera? I don't know what that meant, all right? I don't know if he thought maybe the two dogs were passed out or what, but he felt some type of way, right? But let's keep it trill. Jacob, that behavior was unacceptable, bro. Okay, I'm not. I like Jacob, but that was unacceptable, bro. You can't complain about Haley's behavior and then do the exact same thing she did. You know what I mean? And then you complain about eggs. But yeah, Team Jacob. David, what are you saying, bro? Let me let you hit this first, bro. What are you saying, David? Talk to us, man. What are you saying about the Jacob situation, bro? And sorry, I said Jacob and Haley situation. What's your thoughts? You know what I'm saying? Some people think they were having sex. I don't know. David, have they collected you at the rig? They must have got him. All right, cool. Layla, do you want to go? Oh, yeah, go for it, Layla. Yeah.
Sure. So, Jacob made an excuse to leave. I don't really know what the ups and downs are, what the inflection point is. I actually thought they left off on a pretty positive note at the in Hilton Head, and he just left. I don't. Maybe he was protecting himself from the. Just sometimes you just have to choose to get off the roller coaster. Sometimes you have to say, I know that this is about to be the fun part, but I'm going to just choose to get off here. And that's what I thought he was doing. But then they continued with the dance. They had a nice dance. She was actually very understanding, very un-Haley-like. Once he said, oh, the dogs. So he has 3 dogs. They were at the door. When he said they were at the door looking like that, he was basically saying they were at the door like, waiting for him to come home because they hadn't eaten in, I think he said like 18 hours. So he was feeling bad, like, dang, they're sitting up here like, please, Jacob, come home because they're starving. You don't like animals, so you can't relate. But if you had an animal that you loved, then you would be bad. You'd feel bad if they were starving, waiting for you while you're on vacation with somebody you don't even like. So she was very understanding. That's very unlike her. He didn't harp on anything. That's very unlike him. They had dinner and it looked like they had sex. The smile that they had in the morning.
Listen,
I've never seen Haley smile that sweetly at him ever. She has never smiled like that at him. It was definitely post-coital. It was definitely, she's like, so last night was good. And then he goes, yeah, I was up pretty late too. I said, oh, excuse me? I didn't mean to intrude on your intimate moments. Morning after, he's doing the dishes, you're sipping coffee, and she kept smiling at him. And yes, she did have sex here when she met with her friend. Haley is so put together most of the time. I was like, I remember seeing it and being like, what's happening with her hair? What is this? And then when I see the next scene, I'm like, oh, I see. So my biggest question there is it genuine? Is it genuine attraction? They seem to let a lot of air out of the balloon when they each said positive things about each other while they were in South Carolina. But was it so much tension let out of the balloon that you're sleeping together? I mean, or is this something where Haley is like, let me just play into what he wants this to be so that he doesn't end up embarrassing me on decision day? She used sex the first time to evaluate her feelings for him. He didn't pass that test. Whatever. This time, is she using sex just to sort of save face, to sort of lock in that yes, so that she has more leeway to go either way? I don't know. It just seems like a very drastic turnaround. Even if I had gone through everything that Haley went through with Jacob, of course, we are not Team Karen over here, not in this house anyway. I can't speak for the rest of the panel. Well, here we're not Team Karen. So, but if I had gone through all of that with Jacob, even if we started to turn the corner and say nice things about each other and appreciate each other for what we are, I'm still not sleeping with you. When this is 3 days from being over, I'm still not doing that. So I don't know. I don't know, Haley. I don't know. When her friend said, if he said, let's try, cameras down, I was like, Haley, you know that's a hard no. Girl, you haven't even started therapy. You're actually still acting like the idea of therapy is half a joke. It's a super serious thing that you need for your future. So I'm hoping that she goes through with it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm side-eyeing it. I'm side-eyeing the whole thing. But I definitely believe they had sex.
Go for it, David.
You got the mirror. You got the mirror. Oh, God. Could be killing me with that intro. Every time I tune into the show, I'm like, bro, this bro. And then if you doing all those blurs, like, ooh, you catch all those waves, bro. What's happening? Those of us don't get this voice. Anyway,
David,
huh?
are you talking to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I am. I was saying that, she got the minerals. Someone put that in the comment actually. Yeah. And I was just saying like how Kojo used to drop that at the beginning of every show. I'm like, every time I just tune into the show, that's the first thing I want to hear. And then he just does all those extra ooh, like I'm like, bro, you are really searching. Anyways, um, I think Elia and Jacob, it's very interesting. Wait, maybe she really did get the minerals. I don't know. I mean, that thing be doing something to people sometimes. But I think the whole thing that he did, like with the whole leaving before, like it was time to go. I think that was definitely spiteful. I think he was just trying to get back at her and all this kind of stuff, and which was obviously wrong. But yeah, I do think like she did she did get the she did get the D from him. But like if they had that conversation with their friends, like Ellie had that conversation with her friend, and he was like kind of talking about the whole relationship, and I think that kind of like made her like kind of made it like she's kind of thinking of giving it another shot and things like that. Even though she didn't reply that question about what would you do if the cameras are off and all that. And then like Jacob keeps on saying this thing about he's this age and doesn't he wants to get married and all those stuff. So I think maybe they kind of had a conversation, and the D just kind of cemented the whole thing because I mean, like sex is a really big thing, and it does like cement things and bring things back and whatever. Obviously, it's not going to excuse all the other things that are there. Again, I really like shudder um at Haley and assessment of Jacob, because like every time she gets asked about him and all that kind of stuff, the only thing she has to say is that he's well put together, he's got a good job, he's doing well in his career. I mean, like, I like to be pumped up and whatever, but how about you talk about me and not necessarily what I've achieved in life? Like, and you talk about, my personality as a person and not all these, like, what I've done and what I'm achieved and all this kind of thing. So I think she's like, um, she's just trying to hold on to this whole thing, but I don't think it's going to work out then. Not necessarily well. I think Jacob definitely is like really trying. He wants to get married and get settled, which to me can be a bit like not so good, because it's like you just want to get married and get settled down. I mean, while you're like ignoring a lot of stuff. And I think he kind of recognizes that he has made some mistakes in the relationship in terms of how he handled things in a way. Like, you need to do a little bit more in a way, when you know that like this person is kind of drawn away and you're wanting to have that relationship and you're wanting to make things work. So I think he's also a bit reflective and saying that maybe I could have handled things better in a way and things like that. Um, but I think if they resolve the issue, I mean, and she really wants to give it a try, or give it a go, I think they can still like sort of salvage it. Do I see them saying yes on decision day? Actually, I do. I actually do see them saying yes, because I feel like she's actually she's actually gonna get into that whole phase of what, like, he's all put together in all the major areas, and he just has his own 90s and all these kind of things and all that. And I can work on all those things and we can get better. And I think Jacob is obviously wanting to settle down, so he's not gonna let another girl go, and he's like single alone on his own again, and all those kind of things. So he might just put up with it and say yes, and they see how it goes from there. But I think, yeah, they might say yes on decision day. Gonna be interesting next week. So I got.
Cheers, David. Thank you very much for that, bro. Appreciate that as always. I know the guy's always working hard while he's joining the show. So I appreciate that, David. Much love for that, man. Shout out to the riggers behind you. Yes, Maria, talk to us. Sorry. Yes, talk to us, Maria. Yes. What's your thoughts? Jack up the Haleys.
They are just so annoying. Like, they're not making sense. I don't buy Jacob's story about the dogs because if you knew you were going out of town on this retreat, you had to have some idea of what time you would be there and back. And so whatever precarious situation you had your dogs in, I'm not buying it as much as you say you love your dogs. Okay. I think he was being petty or whatever, but I thought it was interesting how Haley is more upset at, what type of shoes he wears as opposed to him leaving and not telling her. Right. And I'm just like, okay. But I think what Haley is displaying is a certain level of toxicity that I think a lot of women kind of have sometimes, though. Like sometimes if, a guy is letting us walk all over them, we'll do it until then he's like gets fed up and then he's trying to leave. And then like you try to get him back. I think it's this game of like back and forth that I think she's doing. And we all know that Haley is very competitive, right? She always wants to win. So if the relationship is not going to work out, she wants it to work out on her initiative to leave, not his initiative to leave. So yeah, I think they did have sex when they got back, because when Jacob left, I think that kind of jolted her. Like, oh my God, like he's completely no longer willing to put up with my bull crap, and he could actually reject me and leave me and have me looking crazy, and we all know that she's all about her image and wants to look like the one, so I'm just like, Haley, you're not fooling me, but at the same time, Jacob, like I feel like a lot of people on this show have a certain level of desperation that is to their detriment, that leads them down the wrong path and has them, falling for okie dokes that could just be completely avoided. It's like, Jacob, she is not a good person. She doesn't care about your feelings. She has not apologized for anything that she has done. She has emotionally abused you. She has sexually abused you. But because you are so afraid of being alone for the rest of your life, and you think that, you're not able to find anybody else better, you are willing to stay in a toxic relationship with an individual who doesn't even want to look at you, let alone give you a hug, let alone sleep in the same bed as you. You're just like Paige. Like at this point, as much as you speak up and say how you feel, you're still just like Paige. And we're seeing a man be just like Paige, which is crazy. It's like we usually see it the other way around, but Jacob, you're displaying the same characteristics. You should have left and kept that same energy. I was rooting for you when you left. Now I'm like, man, Jacob, come on. Like, I do admire his personality and how he's just so confident, and I like the 80s and all this, I wear Daisy Dukes or whatever. Yeah, stand strong in that and don't let nobody change you. And I just feel like Haley has just trampled all over, and it's getting down to the wire. He doesn't want to lose her, so his whole leaving antics, he probably did that purposefully to communicate to her, like, yeah, like I could leave you, so you better act right, and it's just like, it's just so annoying. Haley is toxic. I think Haley is also like coming to the realization also, even though he left and all that, him leaving had her realize, man, I think I'm so cool and so much better than him, but really I'm still in the same position that he's in. We both came on this show because we both are, you know, handicapped when it comes to building relationships with people. So Haley, like literally, stop getting the big head. You're not that cool. Okay? Like you're no better than Jacob. So act right. So that's really all I have to say about them.
Hear that. Resident Jacobite, do you want to take up for Jacob this week?
Absolutely, Coach O. I would love to take the opportunity to take up for Jacob. And I just wanted to clarify one thing with Maria. Did you just say that he should stand tall in his Daisy Dukes? Is that what you just said? Because I don't think I heard you say that. Like he shouldn't change for anyone. Is that what you just said? I just want to be clear.
I never said that. Like, here's my thing. If Jacob wants Haley to be attracted to him sexually, which is, we all know that's his goal, he should maybe change up his style. However, I did say, I think in the last live or 2 lives ago, that he needs to find his tribe, someone who's interested in the same things he's interested in, so that he can live out his truth and be appreciated for that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So, Coach O, as she said all of this, I just want to point out how confused Haley herself and her tribe is. Because the Haleyshans, Haleyites, Haleyville, Haley people, they're just as confused as Haley is. Because that right there was confusing to me. So the thing about, and Dee Dee's not here to really kind of like, you know, stand up for the Haley people. So okay, let me get serious. So the thing that I saw this week is that Haley experienced rejection and she didn't like it. She experienced it when he left without saying anything to her. That was, it brought up this feeling which probably scared her. Like, oh shoot, this is what Decision Day is gonna feel like. And so because of that, she reached deep in her bag and was like, you know what? Let me move my queen on this board this game that we're playing, right? So that's, you know, they playing chess. She said, let me make a move. And that was her move that she made because she knew that's what he's been wanting all along. He has been fiending for this, just a little taste. And she's like, okay, this is how I'm going to get you so you don't embarrass me the way that you just embarrassed. Because how embarrassing would it be when everyone wakes up and they're like, oh, where's Jacob? And you're like, I don't know. So she just wants to save face. And that's really what that was trying to save face, giving him the cat, making sure that she confuses him some more, drags him through Decision Day. And then after Decision Day, now see, when the cameras are off, I can tell you what's wrong with him. And you don't have to, there's no video proof. Here, I've been telling you what's wrong with him, but it doesn't even align with the video. So I'm losing. I tell you he doesn't dress well. He comes through with the Ralph Lauren shirt. And yes, I'm not going to leave that. I tell you, like, it's like all these little things that I'm telling you. I tell you he hasn't done anything for 10 years, but yet we saw that he sold a house. He renovated a new one. He built all these new things in the home. So he has been doing something. He just hasn't been going to Thailand to stay in the rooms like you have been doing. So to you, everything else he's done it's not valuable. So Haley has a track of being Karen and telling you that, oh, he did this that I didn't like, and that's the reason why I left him. And there's no proof, so you have to believe her. Now there's proof, and no one can really side with her. So she wants to go through Decision Day, and then after the cameras are gone, then she can come up with whatever lies that she wants to come up with to say that, you know, he did something that I didn't like, and now I'm leaving him. So that it was just her giving him what he's been asking for. Confusing because he looked confused when she said, "How was you?" Oh, I had a good last night was good, right? He was like, yeah, yeah, yeah. He was just trying to confuse her. He was just trying to. She was trying to confuse him. That's really what that was by giving the cat, and I think it worked. I think it worked. Do I think he's gonna say yes? I think he's smarter than that. I think he really has come to a definitive conclusion that this is not going to work. He's tried so many different angles to try to get something, to pull something out of her, and she's giving him nothing. And that's the reason why he didn't even feel like it was necessary to tell her that he was leaving. He felt it was there's no reason for me to tell you. I owe you nothing, because you don't care about my well-being. So why should I tell you where I'm going and why I'm not here? You literally embarrassed me at this retreat. You sat there and you embarrassed me. They asked me a question. I was answering it, and you interjected to tell me why my answer is not good enough. You embarrassed me. And you want me to say yes to you? No. So hopefully he sticks with his guns. Yes, it may have been good sex, but so what? Hopefully he sticks with his guns and he says no on decision day.
Thank you very much, Jacobite. I mean, I think it's quite balanced equation there. You guys gave some really good points on Jacob and Haley. Jay, Haley's a bit of a naughty one still. You know what I'm saying? Like, she knew what I don't know. I wouldn't go to as far. I don't know if I would go to as far as abusive, but definitely would, maybe a better word for me would be more toxic for me to describe some of her behaviors. And she playing that game that I think a lot of us has played. You know what I mean? Like, when you want, and it's controlling also, it's an element of control as well, which is that when you let's say you don't like someone, yeah, we've all been here. Okay, no, don't say all of us. Some of us have been here. Okay, when you have options, you can exercise that. You understand? No, jokes. But when you obviously don't particularly like somebody, but they're giving you all this gumption and energy, right? They're giving you all this attention, and then they suddenly kind of flip the switch, and you're like, hold on a minute, they just stopped giving me all the attention. Now, you didn't want the relationship, you didn't want to be with them. You don't necessarily want to have them, but it's the fact that they're now taking away that option from you. It's like, wait, hold a minute, I had that option and you're taking away from me. I think that's what she's sorry, my camera's gone. I think that's what she's experienced what she's experienced here with Jacob. The moment he's finally said, I'm really tuning out, like, I'm just gonna do me, I wasn't gonna message you, I'm gonna text you, nothing like that, I ain't show you no more care. Suddenly the girl has flipped. You understand? And so I think that's what we're seeing from Haley in that regard. I think she's used to being a bit of a meanie, and maybe getting away with a lot of the stuff. And because it's really odd, because she says things like, when she was talking about Jacob, she was like, he's a really great guy, I can see, I actually trust him. This girl's just used to be mean, and she doesn't know no other way. And I think most people don't stick around for this crap. Somehow Jacob has lasted 8 weeks. And it's like, maybe that's part of her mind, why she is maybe thinking maybe he has the longevity to uphold her behaviors. I'm not sure 100%, but maybe that's part of it as well. You know what I mean? So for me, it's like, when I'm watching Haley, I'm like, okay, if they did have sex now, it would make sense. It's like, he's now turned it all off, suddenly doesn't want you anymore, the power's removed from your hands, it's all in his hands. Suddenly, in order to get that power back, okay, you got to do a little bit extra. Now, here's the thing, most people don't go as far as doing sex. I'm gonna keep it 100 true. In the game of trying to get that person back to have your attention, you don't go and have sex to get their attention. That's too far. If I'm honest with you, if you've ever done this game before, push and pull game, you don't go as far as having sex. What you do is you try to reel him back, give a little bit more conversation, maybe say one or two nice things like, I miss you. And you don't go in and launch your body in. That's the cardinal sin. You're no longer playing the same game. That's a completely different level. So that for her doing that, there's two options. You really desperate for this attention, or there is some type of liking there which you're refusing to acknowledge. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm yet to decide whether I'm in between which one or what she is really. But I definitely know that if she breaks it one more time on Jacob gonna say yes. Jacob gonna say yes. Jacob gonna say yes. I know, Adro, you want to believe that he is. Listen, let me tell you something. He is gonna say yes. He's gonna say yes, yes, yes to your will. Yeah. He gonna say yes, right? Because he really does like her. He finds her attractive. Let me put my other camera on. Sorry. He finds her attractive. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's going to say yes, and I think she knows part of that. That's she knows that. So she's gonna throw it on. And so I won't be surprised if they got to the final day and he says yes. She throws it on him a couple more times, he's gonna say yes. That's what he's been complaining about. Adra, am I lying? Is that what he's not been complaining about?
No, you're right. You're right. And that's the reason why she gave it up, because she knew that's exactly the only thing that would get him hooked. And that's why she threw it his way and he caught it. So yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And then you have to add on that desperation of this whole deadline for him. He doesn't want to turn 40 and still be single. So there's that level of desperation too. And so yeah, you're right. You're right.
Celine. Well, guys, we have reached the end of our show. Wait, everyone's spoken about this topic, right? Everyone's spoken about Haley and Jacob. No one's missed off. I haven't missed off anybody else. No, everyone's spoken. All right, cool. So we've reached the end of the show, guys. Yeah. As always, we let everyone have a quick 30 seconds to a minute to round up their final points, concluding. Please keep it at a minute, guys, okay? Because it's late now. Plus, we've got the last 5 minutes before it gets to 4 hours, and that's usually the limit. So I'll go from Adjoa to Maria to David to Layla. So go for it, Adjoa. Give us your minute roundup, guys. Give us your minute roundup.
So my minute roundup is going to be my predictions. I feel like Virginia and Erica they're going to say yes. I feel that Bree and Vincent are going to say yes. I feel that Jacob and Haley are going to say no. I feel that who else am I missing? Chris and Paige are going to need prayers and laying of the hands and some holy water and some mental hospital help. That's all I got. Did I miss anyone? I think that's it.
That's been heavy, isn't it? Freaking heck. All right, Maria.
I think that it's safe to say that these experts are not experts in matchmaking. Okay, because I think that they have failed in every single one of these couples this season. None of these were good matches. However, my predictions go as follows. I think Vincent and Bree will say yes, both unanimous. I think that Clara will definitely say yes, but I think Ryan, he'll say yes. But I think that there's still a strong possibility that he might say no. So that one's a 50-50. With Eric and Virginia, I think Eric will definitely say yes. I'm holding out hope that Virginia will say no. I'm rooting for her. And then who's the last one? Ryan and Clara. Did I already say that? No. Virginia, Jacob and Haley. Who else? That was it, right? So yeah, I just think that they're all kind of like bad matches and everything. Last thing I wanted to say is you guys should follow my channel, Maria X. Because I recently started this channel. I'm going to be talking about different topics, and actually Layla and I are going to be going live tomorrow night talking about Temptation Island, because there's just so much to unpack there. So follow me, like, and subscribe, and tune in on the discussion. And then soon I'm going to have another announcement with some other members of the panel coming down the pipes in a couple weeks. So stay tuned for that as well. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Love it. Love it. Plug in, plug in, plug in. David, go for it. That's what I love to see, man.
Yeah, awesome, guys. Hey, big up, Maria. That's cool. And success with your show. Lots of followers, lots of handsome dudes on there too. You know. Um, just to wrap up, yeah, always great to be on the show. Thank you, Kojo, for having me. It's always lovely to be on with you ladies. You guys are so intelligent and articulate and well spoken ladies. And yeah, big up to you guys. In terms of the contestants, honestly, I think most of the predictions are quite accurate. I think, yeah, of course, Jacob might most likely say yes. And I think they'll be able to kind of convince each other to say yes and, go along. Brie and Vincent, I think it's a bit tricky because the whole mom telling Brie to, do whatever, I think that might also kind of switch out to one side. So I'm not so sure about how they'll go. But I think let me just say they'll say yes. And then with Eric and Virginia, it's a very tricky one. I would say no for Virginia and probably yes for Eric. And Clara and Ryan. Well, it's good that they're not spending the night together. Otherwise, it might do another Haley and Jacob, and brother will finally give the D. But I would say that uh, I say there's a likelihood that they might say yes and keep it moving. But yeah, thank you guys, and thank you for having me on the show. Always great to be on, and looking forward to next show. Yeah, Kojo, you can put me on the Bible show too. Make my papa, make my parents say, I go to the Bible study too, not only when they're talking about sex, that kind of thing. Anyways, yeah, thanks guys, and yeah.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Layla, you get to have the last say. Wait, is Layla frozen? Yo, the bitch is killing me, yo.
That's
if you want to be frozen, that's the face to be frozen on.
Such a cute pose to be frozen.
Your face is
I've
killing
never
me,
been
bro.
frozen in a cute pose like that before.
That is the face to be frozen on. Can you
Right? She was like,
like your mouth is always open or something weird is going on. Like
right. It's always like up my nostrils or something.
Yeah. The crazy ones I normally get. So I was just thinking to her, that's a good one she got, man. That is too funny, man. I'm sure she would. You know what? I'm sure she would have said something beautiful. But she's popped off. But no worries, guys. Thank you so much for joining us again for another session. I think next week's the last session. I think. Oh, no. Before we've got two more because obviously reunion after that. So. Yeah, because obviously next one's a decision day, and after that, I think is reunion day.
Oh,
so
okay.
two more.
I thought you were saying that there was like another episode before decision day.
No, not at all.
Coach, can you give us your prediction?
Do you know what? Frick it. I think Haley and Jacob. I have a feeling they might say yes. Ryan and Clara, they're gonna say yes. Paige and Chris.
Skip.
They shouldn't say yes, but I'm scared they might say yes. And then who's the other guy? Eric and Virginia. I think they might say yes, man. I think they might say yes. So pretty much everyone's gonna. I think everyone has a chance of saying yes, but I think the ones that definitely should. Chris and Paige should end up saying no, but it'll be stupidity that will happen between that time. And then I think the only iffy and but would be I think Haley and Jacob that might go either way. But I think pretty much everyone's yes. You know what I mean? Yeah, pretty much. So that's my prediction, guys. guys, we'll see you here. Well, I'm here. I'm on live tomorrow. So Maria, when you I don't know what time your live is, so I have to talk to you and see what time it is. What time is it?
It's going to be, I'm thinking 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. So whenever that translates around the world,
1 o'clock UK time. Okay, 7 o'clock. Okay, cool. That's cool. I should be done by then because we are having our live with Khalil. So at 6 p.m. Central Time. So it should be done by then, and then we'll do our time. So I'll come on.
You can just hop on whenever.
I'll hop on after, innit?
Yeah.
I'm down with that. Yeah. So 6 p.m. Central Time, Khalil interview, guys. Then I'm gonna jump on to Maria's live. Okay, 7 p.m. CS Central Time as well to do Temptation Island. So if you're about Temptation Island, I'm here for the laughs and the giggles and for the realness because it's mad out here. That's tomorrow. And then I have a special live for you guys coming on Monday next week. I got someone it's special, So Ready to Love, Alexis. No, not her. I have her ex-husband. Listen, people just reach out to me, say they want to talk. So listen, we'll see. Monday, we're gonna have that conversation, guys. Okay, so I think that's 6 p.m. Central Time as well Monday. But I'll put the flyer out for you guys as well. So watch out for that stuff, man. Listen, I'm just here just to do the work, guys. Okay, so the pastor.
God bless you.
Appreciate you guys. Stay locked and stay loaded. The team will be talking behind the scenes. Appreciate you guys. See you.